There's actually a really cool super boss on an island that I think it's tied to some lore stuff as well, but I hated doing that fight the first time casually. It took me so many attempts. The super bosses in this game are definitely something you want to attempt on New Game Plus after you've gotten the best gear possible, but even then, like, it's not easy.
Yeah. The Steam's tools is really limited. You have to do some. You have to abuse some obscure. You have to kind of abuse some of the more obscure tools.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, that one card that's locked in the dungeon is locked in the tower of the. Is locked like there's a is locked in the door of the mausoleum where they produce the medicine. So, but yeah, no, most of them are not all of them. I don't think, but most of them are at least in some way related to the medicine.
Yeah. Okay, so that game is done. I have my notes loaded up for Forsaken Maiden. It is newer in terms of routing, so we're gonna go and swap on over to that game.
Yeah, the game's about 3 months newer. It's actually quite new. I think it was only released the other month.
A few months older, so.
And then I have to technically say this too, because it's been just a couple months. We also got a free key for this game. I have to technically say that before it showcased on our channel. Or this run has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, these are all being played off the Switch.
Yeah.
Which is a really cool way to be able to experience these games, you know, if you want to play them on the go and stuff. It works really well on the Switch.
The stories aren't related fully yet, but
I'll explain some stuff along the way. There's some deep stuff to explain about that game.
I didn't notice this until somebody pointed out in chat today, but the cards in each game have a number to them.
Mm-hmm.
One is 4 and one is 6, and so there's probably he's probably gonna release these in like a disjointed order.
All
right, all I want hit for
you guys don't get to enjoy the automata stuff on this one, unfortunately, because that was part of the bid war. Anyways, I guess we could just hop right in at this point. So, much like the previous game, there's a bit of a short introduction getting you familiar with the new narrator. We're not importing any data. We're playing this as a new game, any %, so this does make this hard. We skip a lot more fights in this game. Literally a lot of fights.
Yeah. I guess that since it's basically the exact same intro. He says almost word for word the same thing as the first game's intro. But we'll still let it play in the background. The major change in this one is that is your game frozen?
Nope, it's loading
forever. Sorry, it's Switch.
Yeah. Just takes a bit. The initial load for this screen is always long. Everything else is fast. I don't know why.
I would assume that that's an intentional game choice. Sorry, I'm so used to my M2 SSD that I have now, so I was concerned about your Switch.
Like this. That's correct.
But yeah, so the major mechanical changes in this game is that it is open world. You're gonna find out very quickly. We have a ship. We have access to a couple options. This game is
open world to a point.
Yeah, it's open world in the same way that like
just as they are now.
Like a Final Fantasy might be, where you might have a couple options to go to at a time.
With the
you can't just go anywhere.
We're all ready to begin the game.
You can go back. You can go to different areas.
You can hear
the other big mechanical difference is that you have two set party members that you always have, and they level up and they can have gear equipped. But you have a third party member that's with you during the intermissions. And he's only with us during the intermissions. And then otherwise we have two So our party is 4 characters, is either 3 or 4 characters, and those 2 characters are set level, with set gear, with set abilities. So that's the big mechanical change, is the game is balanced around those set party members' levels and abilities.
And on that note, it is time
which means
for
you
that
cannot
journey
outlevel
to
very
begin.
easily, because half of your power of
May
your
the
party
waves see you
is set to a
safely
specific
across the
level.
tides.
It makes for a much more strategic game, I feel.
Yeah, there's a lot more strategy that's going to be at play in Forsaken Maiden. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The big one is the duo abilities are really strong.
Yeah.
Oh
The
boy.
sound of the waves echoes softly across
All right,
the
so
rocky
we have
waters.
Prologue now. We're at meeting
A
the
solitary young man stands in front of a
characters
ship floating
of
in
the
the water.
story.
Yep.
So
Brushing
unlike the
up.
first game, we actually get to see our character right off the bat.
Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into
This
the
section
side
is
of the
much,
hull.
much shorter as
A
well for a
finishing touch.
prologue as an introduction.
The game gets into like the main like story time very quickly.
You carve your name in
Baron
small letters into
is
the ship.
a neat character.
A handsome name, that.
He's very different from Ash.
He's like the polar opposite almost.
Yeah,
hero of
they're
the tale.
basically polar
You're a
opposite
window
characters.
into the
It's
world.
actually kind of refreshing how nice
You're a
Baron can
navigator
be.
without a ship,
Um,
and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue.
He's very, very
His-
nice and
yeah.
does things out of kindness, which is great.
You
yeah,
have spent
he's
a
a
great
very
deal of
refreshing
time repairing
character.
the wrecked ship before
Also, when you
in
play
the
this with
hopes
the
of
Nier
crafting a
replicant,
partner,
or sorry, the Nier
aboard
Automata,
which
he's
you
2B,
might sail the high seas.
and it gets really sad.
Well, 9S, he's 9S, which
Oh,
is
sorry,
actually
9S, sorry. My
which is
bad.
really
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, sorry, he's 9S, and your other character's 2B, and it is, man, if you played Automata.
The
It's
sound
very
of
fitting,
Some-
surprisingly.
Ooh.
the ground rips through the grotto.
Way more fitting than Kanye, Emil,
You
and
heave a
Nier.
deep sigh
Nier.
and decide to head over to the source of the wreck.
Battle board for Automata in this one is really, really cool too, because it's actually animated really well. So
Yes.
one of the cool
Yeah,
things. The cosmetics are really much better in this game.
Does that, wait, he's ran out of Nier games. Does that mean the next game's gonna have Drakengard 3? Is the next main character gonna be 02? Or not 02, sorry, wrong game. 0.
Maybe. I don't
But
know.
who would, oh, I guess it would be the Dragon.
The source
Well,
of
you
the
can do
wreck.
Drakengard 1 or
Turns out to be a
Drakengard
young
2 or
girl.
Drakengard 3 at this point, right?
It looks as though she
As
Throws
the
us a
cosmetics?
curveball, gives us Dragon Ball, Drakengard 2, forces Square Enix to remember game exists.
Panic about it.
I would love that so much.
To be
Any
fair, that's
reason
what
to
he did.
see Yurik
His
would be great.
To
You
be fair,
came
that's what he did in
across her some
14.
time
He's like,
ago,
hey,
collapsed on a beach.
All
Square
right.
Enix, la 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 la.
Very important.
Yeah.
Laddie is our
You
waifu.
attempted to bring her to
Laddie
a
She's
is-
also a mute.
Yeah.
but she was quite opposed to the
Mute
idea
waifu.
for some reason. As such, you're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over.
If you want to have a weird relationship with this game for the next 12 hours, if you're a VR chat fan, just pretend that she's a mute from VR chat.
Laddie's worried expression melts away.
So
replaced
cool
by one of
thing
relief.
aesthetically for the art for this game is that because we're playing with the default art assets, her facial expressions will change as well.
Mhm.
So that's really subtle touch.
Laddie
So
waves
do pay
goodbye,
attention to that.
her forlorn smile seeing you off. The young woman has lost her ability to speak. Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in
So
her
this is the
situation.
only calming part of the
You
game.
spend many quiet
Once we get out of the
hours together in the
prologue,
grotto.
things pick up real quick.
Yeah, and not just emotionally, difficulty-wise. This game is much harder.
The scent of the sea
Like we
and
said,
a sense
this
of
game is
isolation
significantly
hang
harder
heavy
than
in
the last
air.
one.
take
At
a
least
deep
from
breath.
the start. Like it's
And then set out
a
for the
flatter
nearby
difficulty
Omega
curve,
village,
but it just starts
which
hard.
shares the island's
Yeah.
name.
Is the difference? Instead of it being kind of hard and then kind of easy and then kind of hard with like a challenge and final boss, this game is like probably at the difficulty of fighting the
You
Sherwin
have
mind-controlled
arrived near the
people throughout the
entrance of the
entire
village.
game.
Yeah.
You
It's
spy
roughly-
a shadow skulking about in the midst of a thicket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we have AoE salves and a few other things. Like every character has focus
The
now
shadows fall
for
away
free.
to
It's not
reveal
part
Yeah,
of their
so
bar.
there's no more pass ability.
It's
It's replaced
unusual to
with
see
a
this
level
close
1
to the village.
charge for
yeah,
focus.
which is so good.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so they made some improvements with some of the mechanics and some newer stuff on top of that. Which, without that stuff, this game would be impossible if it was like the base stuff. Because the difficulty is just, it's up there. At least Happenstance is a bit more forgiving in this one.
Yes, it's the cards are much more there's a lot more you can plan around the cards a little bit better. They aren't just completely random. They're still random, but they're much more like fitted, like handcrafted for the fights, it feels.
I hear a kitty.
Yes, my cat is meowing, I don't know why. Hi, buddy.
So we killed a cute little fluff ball. We'll kill a few more.
Flower beds burst with blossoms.
But for the most part, we're gonna be very underleveled throughout the entirety of the game.
Omega Village itself.
We're gonna abuse the fact that casually those set party members can be a hindrance. They are now our bosses.
To fade.
Yeah.
You stop in at the mayor's house and discover that he already has a guest.
We still want to like hit certain levels along the way, but we're not really looking to do a lot of random fights, especially even early on.
And have been devoured.
IDR, you want to abuse that as early as possible to set yourself up.
The villager sighs deeply.
We can skate by without really worrying too much about that.
The village, they say flatly before departing the mayor's home. The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity.
I guess I'll get to it later, but there is a part in the route at about halfway where I might deviate from what I have written in the notes, depending on how the game's been treating at that point, because it honestly will depend on what I'm sitting at before we start that section.
He looks to be at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be
but ideally, there's a really difficult section I have the option of doing early instead of later. If I do it later, it is easy in some ways, but it's even more difficult if I do it later.
To sort out the village's troubles in order to procure food to eat.
But that's not for quite a while. This game is very long. Yeah, that was a real cat making that noise, not the in-game cat.
A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly. With a sigh, you mutter.
Also, I find the monsters in this game, some of them are just, like, insanely adorable for some reason. Alright, so much like the previous game, quick refresh on the tutorial stuff if we had forgotten. I don't really have to worry about dying. Thankfully, the enemies here are... Like, all the enemies when we have just, like, Baron and eventually Laddie in our party will be really easy, for the most part. At least while on Omega Village. I will be going to other places later, but we'll explain that later, because there's a really cool mechanic in this game with exploration.
With practiced skill, you swing your weapon. The blade flashes through the monster's throat. Merciless. Perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance. Another monster, perhaps? Silently, you creep up on the shadow and bring your blade down on it with practiced speed. But the shadow nimbly evades your strike and runs off. Whatever the shadow was, it was taken aback by your unexpected assault. It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village.
Alright, so we're gonna go to the spire. We're gonna be heading back there a lot throughout the run. Pretty much after every major plot point in the game.
You stand before the Spirit Spire, said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose. This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, I have to get rid of the monster, and decide to profane the place with your presence.
Alright, so we're breaking into this place.
There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read. Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle. With some protest, the door groans open. You spy the shadow of the monster you had countered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed. You can't help but admire the rapid escape, though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow.
Alright, so, yeah, Prologue
You
is
survey your
mostly
Relying
story
on the
context
shafts of
build-up.
sunlight filtering in through the windows. However,
outside
you're
of
unable
that.
to see the monster from where you
If
are.
you didn't have Prologue, I think everything following this wouldn't make any sense. Like, 'cause there's a lot of information we need for the back end of the lore.
In the back of the large hall, there is an altar, which evinces a sense of deep mystery. The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone, its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual. You approach
That
the
altar might look
to check
vaguely
if there are no
familiar,
places
because
for
we
monsters
had
to
just
hide themselves
seen something
away
like that
inside it.
before.
In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?" You strain your ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls. After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie, the voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the Maiden's myth passed down on the island? All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success.
Well, at this point, we just kind of think that, yeah, we're just hearing things. We're just gonna leave. We're gonna call it a day. Doesn't seem like anything's amiss. Ain't no mind to the voices that we heard. Head back to the village. Let the mayor know that, you know, we did what we needed to do.
When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there. She looks to be making an impassioned request of Grieth. In a wearied voice, Grieth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across her expression. You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit. Oh, good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
So we're not gonna view the collection, because unless we're interested in the flip side story, there's no point doing that. So now the game's telling us about a jump, but we've already been using it. So, nice thing about this game is none of the mechanics are, like, locked behind anything, which is super nice.
You re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing. You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep. Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences. You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion. You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare. You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself. You know, I confess, I am. You can't help but feel like you ought to refrain. But in the end, you cannot overcome your curiosity and decide to take a look at the picture book. Beside evocative images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story patterned after the Maiden's myth. The picture book story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the Maiden.
Yeah, if you don't peek at the book, it doesn't matter. It, like, falls open.
The Maiden,
and you look at it anyways. It's some subtle stuff in this game that kind of, like, the narrator breaks the fourth wall a bit compared to the first game, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Well, I mean, a big complaint that people have with the first one was, like, that I saw,
a spitting
were people like mad that it wasn't like that your choices didn't matter, but it's like, my brother in Christ, it's somebody telling you their D&D story.
Yeah. Like, the story is going to happen a certain way with some choices along the way.
Like, this is some dude telling you his, like, D&D light story. Yeah, that's technically a bad DM, but my brother in Christ, they do not make it subtle that you are not making choices in this. This is the narrator.
In this game, they make it very obvious on purpose, and it's really funny the way they do it.
Yeah, this narrator, the other narrator was, like, more subtle. This one is far less subtle about the whole, please stay on track.
Makes fun of you, actually, a lot.
Yeah.
When you do weird stuff that it doesn't expect, it blurts out, starts talking to you.
Force that could save the
The narrator gets mad when you go, like, to areas you're really not supposed to be in, level wise. Like, if you go west immediately, the narrator's like, please don't. And then you start killing monsters there, and he's like, why are you doing this? How are you doing this? Every time you kill a monster that's significantly higher level, he just responds with, how did you do that?
She dreamily stuffs some of it into her mouth. Maybe she likes. Your stomach rumbles as you watch her.
Also, if you spend too much time navigating the ocean, he gets progressively more upset.
Yeah. Or says that, like, everybody starts feeling seasickness or stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I wanted to point out, I don't know if this was like a subtle nod at like OG Nier or whatever, with like the whole like doing the village tour, raiding of monsters, getting food. But like totally feels like that's how they wanted to do the introduction of this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the narrator will sabotage you. It's really funny.
He does. He will purposefully ruin random events sometimes.
With you and return to the spire.
Yeah, I hope that's like a thing too.
As you approach
like going for like for the other like for more games, is that like each one has like a
begins to emit a faint light.
Like a personality, and because it really does change how these two games play, not just with the writing.
You are convinced.
Yeah, the personality of this narrator is really good. There's actually some very subtle things that I laughed at because, like, you'll hear parts in the game where it'll start talking, the narrator will start talking, mess up, and then start talking again, saying "oops."
I read in an interview. Apparently, the story is mostly done in very few takes.
Yeah.
They basically sit the narrator down for each language. They give them the script, and they read it. And so
they tell them
these
just to go at it, give it your best go.
Yep.
Like they did pretty much everything in one take, which is really funny because it gives a bit more humor to things.
They make the game and they put the cards in and all this. Like they do all of this, and then the narrators, like the way that they record the narration is somebody playing the game and they're inserting lines. Apparently, is roughly how they did the.
In response to the enigmatic voice.
So it sounds like they did this in a very natural way. Yotaro has a very interesting process. But man,
a spirit appears right before your eyes. Well,
and here is our third party member.
It's
the monster party member for this one.
Animal.
Yeah. Pay close attention to the eyes.
That's
all I'm gonna say.
Be affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This
Iron Mouse fan
called Lack. Though you cannot be, you approach.
If Frosty was white, she'd be very happy to see that.
But with blinding,
I almost didn't notice that until you mentioned it.
Behind Laddie.
If Alice was here, she'd be posting all sorts of stuff like that. Alice loves like what is her name? I don't even know.
It would appear that you're mistaken.
There's a lot of YouTubers, but I assume it's either Zentria.
It's in that family. They all like know each other.
Yeah.
So yeah. The only reason I'm aware of them is because of Alice. There's another person in the community who spends a lot of time with the Draconeer games and stuff.
And immediately starts.
Yeah, our channel owner is or the other channel owner who's on a mini semi kind of break.
You're not really sure the make good worked out, but in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now.
I don't know what your congrats in. I'm very confused.
You ask about the Maiden.
Oh, about the free sub. I get it.
And Lack begins to talk a lot. It seems to enjoy doing so. Just as the Maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests.
Yeah, Lack is basically going to be our spirit guide.
The Maiden here.
He's essentially like a not super annoying Navi.
However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny.
The funny thing about this whole thing is that there's Forsaken Maidens in this game. She's the Forsaken Maiden. There are other Maidens. She gets progressively more upset as she realizes that this is her partner and everyone else gets a much cooler partner.
As you would
she gets progressively more upset throughout the game every time she meets a maiden.
Yeah, she admires all the other maidens that we'll meet throughout the run.
This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this archipelago, and upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit.
So this basically tells us there's 5 maidens total.
Explains that if you bring the
or at least 4 other locations with maidens
back to this spire, Laddie.
So we're getting all of the important, like, this is what's going on stuff. This is what it's going to drive us forward stuff right out of the way.
In her hand,
because as we've said,
wearing an expression that
things will take off really quickly after this.
This is a maiden's relic. If Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the maiden's ritual at the altar, the island can be saved.
It stays a bit fluffy.
Kill the maidens and steal the relics?
Until
Laddie shakes her head
we
rapidly,
get the first
as if
Maiden's
to
relic,
insist that you definitely should
and then
not
the
do
sequence following and everything after
that. As Lack
is
explains,
where the game
each
kind of
maiden
turns.
has an attendant.
I mean,
An
it's really
escort
funny
and
how much
protector.
information they give us this
This would make
early,
it difficult to take the relics
but
by brute
there's
force.
some stuff. There's some stuff they're not telling you.
Yeah,
The
with,
world-changing immensity of what you have just learned.
this game is
echoes
much
in your
more
mind.
like in the other game. We're much more
It takes
kind of
you a little
stumbling
while to
through.
fully digest it.
Like we were given a quest with a completely different
But it
goal
does
than we were
just so
told,
happen
and we just kind of
you've been
stumbled
readying
into
a
the
seaworthy vessel for your own purposes.
the grand, conspiracy.
Yeah,
is
the
best way to
goal
put
has
it.
changed over time subtly each time, but
But
in this game we're being given the exact task
You
from the
accept
start.
Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden.
I knew immediately this game was going to go super dark because the only thing I can think of when there is a maiden with a magical wand
you want me to
and a small creature following them is I just immediately went straight to magical girls. And
Oh yeah.
if anyone's actually watching the actual magical girl anime that isn't pretty cure, it's like you're immediately your alarm bells ring off. Not just Madoka, Sailor Moon is super dark. The dub wasn't, but the sub is. If you haven't watched Sailor Moon in Japanese, it's super dark. Same with Cardcaptor Sakura. Those were both very dark shows.
But Laddie seems to find something about this
Madoka
idea
isn't the only dark
disagreeable
magical girl anime.
and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge.
This part's pretty funny actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I got this one, says
It got
Lack,
me a good chuckle.
evidently with some
Sadly,
kind of plan in mind.
you don't get a
The
2B
fluffy
costume.
creature begins to chant a sort of
When you have the 2B,
mysterious
she turns back into Laddie, even if you're using the 2B
Yeah.
skin.
I mean, we see the similar thing with the
Laddie's
DLC
face
in the
is
first game
transformed
with
into that of an odd
Swole
old
Melanie as well.
man's.
Yeah.
Laddie
Swole
touches
Kaie
her
would have been very
transformed
funny
visage.
though, which
Oh
is
yeah.
unfortunate.
Thumbs up. Perhaps as if to say,
Oddly 2B would be
Good
less
job.
funny.
I think it would be ironically funny.
you are a god. But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden.
Clearly everybody's gonna fall for the disguise. No problem at all.
There's one thing we learned from the other game is that the people of this universe are
This
not
is
smart.
your home. A desk
Yeah, they're
pushed
not.
up near the
They really
wall.
Yeah,
aren't.
for
Is
the
a
most
door.
part, they are really oblivious to the world around
And a
them.
scattering of books.
We'll be doing a side quest pretty early after we get to the prologue that indicates
Navigation
that.
map is of your
Oh,
own
is it
design
the? Do you?
and
Oh,
depicts
so did you do the
various
perfume one?
islands in this region
Yeah.
of the sea.
I grabbed
Oh,
that because
God.
it's free extra money.
It
It's so much
contains
extra money.
information on the maidens nearby.
So
You just have to
fun-
feel like a terrible
Called
person.
meticulously
Actually, you don't. You
and
don't
the
have to
tale of
actually.
passing
I
travelers.
did some testing on that.
Oh, that's good.
Before all of
It
this,
changes stuff
you
later,
had found
but
yourself unable
depending on what
to
you do.
sit and
But we don't
watch
actually go
the
back to
villagers
see what the
climb.
changes in the
And
route,
so planned the
unfortunately.
voyage to seek aid
Casually
from
you
the
would,
maidens of
and
the
it's actually
Other
really
Isles.
sad.
After popping
We
into
do
back
the
room,
better part of that quest.
You emerge with a carefully polished
Yeah, there's
ship's
a
wheel.
the quests in this
and
one
present
too
it to
are
your companions. It
a
is
lot
the
more impactful. Like,
final
this game really
piece of
does
the
feel
ship
like
you
a
restored at the grotto.
advancement on the first game, despite
With
it only being 3 months
You
apart.
will finally be able to
Um,
set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of for so long.
Yeah, the side story stuff gradually changes depending on certain things you
have
do
made ready for
before
the
events.
voyage. But before
So,
you set sail,
If you're
you decide to
casually
stop
playing through doing side
to
stuff
say your
early,
farewells.
and then coming back to a place where the side quest took place, could very much change like some context of like the events in that area related to it. Oh, hold on. I don't know why I'm checking my menu. We just got to talk to the mayor, I believe, and we leave.
Greeth's eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here?
I like the response to this one.
At your quick response, Greeth blinks a few times in confusion. His eyes dart back and forth between the pair of you,
So you can respond
putting together
in
the
any which
pieces
way.
of a
He just
complex
gives a
puzzle.
very interesting
At
one-liner
length,
after.
he offers a deep nod. You'll need to clear up. Changing the subject, you explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the
But
village
yeah,
for a little
telling
while
him
on a
he's
voyage to
that
save the
Laddie's
island.
our girlfriend, but clearly looks confused because of the face.
You
Is
felt sure that the
just
mayor,
really funny,
with his love of the
context-wise.
village, would see you off with a smile. And yet the moment you explain that you found a maiden who can save the island, his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey. This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in. You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something like that. Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat, it looks as though you will be setting out on bad terms. You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
Alright, so now we've finished getting all of our motivation to actually go through with everything we're about to witness. At least the start of the motivation. But, as we are aware from that conversation with Greeth, everybody's kind of set in their own ways.
Your ship, your trusted companion, once a mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring back to life with months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas. At last, your ship is finished.
Yay, ship!
The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the more. As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder?
Alright, so we're just gonna ask for Laddie's
Laddie
opinion.
tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it.
Laddie's a mute, so
In her small handwriting,
just gonna
is
write it out.
the bon vent. According to Lack, the words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey. A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship. You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or
Oh my
his
God, the
skill
leprosy
with
one.
words, but nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's suggestion. Together, you load up the bon vent with the necessary provisions. Preparations for your departure are now finished. You throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout, "Weigh anchor!" with gusto. Your voyage has begun.
Alright, so this is gonna end this chapter, and much like the previous game, do like a sort of summary thing. And in the meantime, I gotta grab a drink.
While he does that, I'm going to say once again, thank you everyone for donating. We do have a new donation center plus some stuff. Nocturne is not that far away, and some of the donation incentives are for Nocturne. It's about 2 days away. Thank you everyone for the donation so far. If you want to support the channel for whatever reason instead of the charity, you can do that by donating with the other with the tip link. We do appreciate it, or sub, which would also avoid the ads, which do support us quite a bit. I do know that they are mildly intrusive. I do not mind if you use ad blocker or get Twitch Turbo instead. Here's a pro tip: more and more streamers are going to start running ads. They're really profitable on Twitch right now. So Maybe buy some Twitch Turbo if you watch a lot of Twitch. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Keep donating. It's huge help. Yeah. Once Bash is back, I'm gonna let him know that I'm heading out. He might
I'm
even
back.
be here. Oh,
Though
you're
your
back.
ship
Yeah,
had
so I'm gonna head
long
out
since
from here.
forgotten the taste of
Alrighty.
sea.
It is late.
It
and I
nonetheless
work.
cuts
Well, I
through
don't
the
work tomorrow,
waves
but
like a fillet knife.
yes,
through
City. And on
fresh
my
fish.
cat is bugging me to go to bed. So
Well,
have a nice
we'll still
night,
be here
everyone.
likely.
Yeah.
It is your first sea
Um,
voyage.
Yeah.
Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching
So,
ever
Prologue's done.
over the
We're officially
endless
on Chapter
blue
1 now.
expanse. She opens up
And this
her
is where the
homemade
game,
navigation
as
map,
Sel mentioned earlier, starts
checking
opening
the
up.
locations of the islands where the other maidens live.
We can kind of get lost
On
in
the
a lot
island
of
to the
side
south
stuff
of here
from this
lives
point.
a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her. After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go.
So,
You
unlike
now have free
the
rein to
first
sail
game,
across the sea.
this first actual chapter is actually pretty lengthy.
New
It's
tale
not
stories
super short either, but it's a lot lengthier for a
where
first part
Maiden dwells.
of the game compared to the first game. So, we're in the water. We get to set sail. There'll be like random encounters and stuff along the way, but we're gonna head south here.
You spot something blown into the sky from a whale's spout. You steer the boat out of the falling
Much like the
object's
previous game
trajectory.
with the random events,
It
we're
hits the
gonna
water and sinks
avoid
below
them
the
unless
waves.
I'm for sure about the event.
I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna go left of the docks here to the other side of the island. Every island has like another area attached to it. And on this particular detour right off the start, we're looking to pick up a ring for equipment off a part of a side quest. We're not actually going to complete it though. But this ring is super handy. We'll be using it for a lot of the early game. And every bit of stat and equipment we can get going forward is very helpful. Because again, we're running from basically every encounter.
Fight 'em off.
I think the only rule I follow for this run is if a encounter is about 6 or 7 or higher, I will attempt usually escaping once, and if that fails, then I will actually try to do the fight. Again, much like previous game, if the encounter to escape is higher than 5, that means the encounter is a little bit higher level than you. If it's really high, then you know that you're very under level.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. Lack trembles and whispers. This place feels haunted.
So we're gonna stop
A
exploring.
tingle runs down your spine, and your little hairs stand on end. You decide to hightail it out of there.
So this is tied to side quests, kind of. Thankfully, we can safely grab that lightning stay ring, which is going to be pretty handy, stat-wise, anyways, and protects us against
Cross
bolt
the
attacks.
sea and arrive at the South Isle. On the South Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in blue. Very well then. Prepare to go ashore.
And there's going to be one more side quest that we don't complete that one with the ghost ship, but we do actually complete a quick side quest once we get on this island. And it's worth a lot of money,
Rays
especially
of
this early in the
sunlight
game.
beam down onto the warm South Isle. Something about the place reminds you of the refreshing cool of the ocean. After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore. Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up your map. Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south.
Right, so
Okay, now let's go.
as the narrator said, we're gonna make our way. I'm gonna go over to those mountains to the east here, and that's gonna trigger a start of a side quest
Hope you
event.
win.
Oops. We're doing these fights because they're easy, and we want a couple skills for our characters. I want to hit level 3 if possible. And that's about it. There we go. So that unlocks some really good stuff this early. And that is good, because we already got forced to do 2 fights, so...
You spy a parcel on the roadside. As you pick it up, you are enveloped in a wonderful aroma.
So this is the side quest event.
Inspecting the parcel, you read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents, but will you complete its delivery? You decide to deliver it on your way and tuck the parcel into your bag.
Yeah, the money we get from this quest allows us to buy gear right off the bat. So without it, we wouldn't have the money for it. Which would make the first major area of this game incredibly difficult to do.
So hot, you grumble, as you use your shirt to fan yourself. Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly. She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how cooling it must feel. But the sight sends shivers down your spine. Laddie, that's a monster, you shout, readying your weapon.
All right, so Laddie being cute waifu as expected. Laddie rubbing her face on a monster. So Laddie has access to Thunderbolt being at level 3, which is a lot of the enemies' weaknesses in this place. That'll trigger this weakness tutorial for resistances. And Lack tries. Let's just put it that way. Okay, Laddie, that was a bit overkill, but okay.
Good work. The village floats in the center of a cove. The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict.
Yep, we're gonna get lots of level ups along the way.
As you enter the village,
mainly from
you're greeted by an unusual
forced encounters
sight.
and fights.
A
Since
paper
we're running from basically all the random encounters
above a
as
man's
much as
hand.
possible, we're not gonna be really fighting them like we did in IDR.
The man sees you
Because we're gonna heavily rely on our other party members that we'll be getting very
with a
soon.
magic charm. He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives. At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. Now, where could she be? He murmurs. Though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village. You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Yeah, so everybody on this island has some weird ability to bring, like, animate objects. So anyways, that package we picked up, the parcel, we're going to deliver it to this villager here.
Are you the postman? You shake. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery. Her eyes light up when you show her the parcel you picked up. That's what I've been waiting for. It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered. While dancing a jig in celebration of her long-awaited perfume, she hands you a gratuity for carrying it all this way.
Oh, I forgot to trigger the other part. Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Story-wise, I just did a very bad thing.
The young boy
But that's fine.
folds a piece of paper into the shape of a bird.
But yeah, 1,500 gold this early in the run is super
The
good.
Maiden Shrine, he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies
Yeah,
about.
that was bad.
showing you where the Maiden
I
Shrine
did the
is.
bad part of that quest. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm not gonna explain what I did wrong there.
At the heart of
No
the
point.
shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest. The woman's name is Fila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate. The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise attendant. Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Fila whirls to you and asks, which do you think is cuter? Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands. Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... Oh my, Fila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a huh in response. Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out. Lack, annoyed for some reason, seems on the
I
verge
purposely
of
went
rebuking
for
you.
the other response because it's really
Apparently,
funny.
The maiden and her attendant had
Because she's
waited
got
on
two
the
hands,
shell
and it
was
asks
cute.
you which one is cuter, and she's holding them out. And the
You
context
had
is
heard
told
about
to
the
you.
Azure Maiden from the villagers.
But you have the option to pick
Now
neither,
see for yourself that she's
and
quite the free
you mistakenly hit on her, and then Hyde's response is just a, kind of, in response.
You
Well,
explain to them why you've come.
Celia is just
Ask
kind
if
of like,
Fila
oh
will
my
lend you
goodness.
her maiden's relic.
Because she's like super cheerful and stuff. Wasn't expecting that.
Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple. You take a deep breath and prepare to persuade them when... I'll let you borrow it if you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says. She explains that there are rumors of pirate treasure hidden within the crystal cave southeast of the village. Pirates, you murmur. You think about it for a moment, but with little other choice, you agree to help. You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the adventure.
Alright, so now we have Fila and Hyde in our party. Don't need an explanation of what the stuff does. Okay, we have enough money with me making a bit of a blunder. That's fine. So first things first, that money
How
that
may
we
I
got
help you?
from that
The proprietor inquires.
side quest is going to allow us to buy the glaive here, which is a massive damage improvement, but a huge nerf to our speed and defense. So we play things a little fast and risky, and then we're going to buy a steel breastplate as well, just to kind of alleviate some of the armor loss. We're not like
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
dumb squishy. And then for Laddie, we're going to equip the breastplate that we had taken off of our character, which is higher defense. And then we're going to leave.
All right. Things have taken a very lively turn, haven't they? You come across an open-air stall. A sign you weren't really looking to sell anything.
So we're going to
so you
ignore that
it and go on your way.
because we don't really have the money that we want to spend. Because much like the first game, we're still really tight on money at this point. Not as bad, but
the Crystal Cave teems with
still
the
want to
stones
hold
that
on
give
to
it
money
its
when
name.
possible.
They say the intermittent echo of water droplets is the sound of more crystals forming. Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave. Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her
You
age,
could grind the
she
start.
looks happy
but
nonetheless.
You're not going to get much money or experience
The loose
before
slip
going
of
into
Fila
this dungeon.
tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that she and Hyde are lovers.
And in the speedrun sense,
Hyde seems on edge about
a lot
her
of the fights will cost you quite a bit of
divulgences.
time unless you have
You give him a pat on the shoulder.
really high damage output.
quietly
And
sympathize.
right now, like Laddie doesn't really have a lot of damage output. So for the most part, we're relying on Baron, who we equipped with the glaive there. Because it's going to allow him to deal a lot of extra damage over a lot of these enemies with low armor right now.
Fight
And
him off.
believe it or not, that weapon will carry forward in this run for quite a while. Just from the damage output he can do in general. But you can see that our two party members that we picked up, Hyde and Philia, are significantly stronger. And then this is the first instance where the game tells us about link skills. So the way that those work is both party members need to be able to must be so they can't be incapacitated, they can't be affected by a status ailment to prevent the action. So paralyze, freeze, seal, that kind of stuff. If that was to be the case, then you couldn't use the link skill. Both characters need to be in the party and able to use it.
Show him what you got.
So the only reason I do that one fight is to get the link skill tutorial out of the way.
You come across a large boulder. You aren't
Yeah,
sure,
and we have AoE heals too, so again,
but
we
some of
can
it is
attempt
submerged
this game
water
in a much lower
and is
level.
obstructing the
It
water's
doesn't make it
flow.
any easier. It does make it harder, and that's because of the way the mechanics are structured. Because bosses actually have
Rally together.
actual mechanics in
Then
this
push.
one compared to IDR. IDR, they're a bit random because they have sequences or patterns they follow. In this one, they have sort of AI that can tell them what they're able to do at certain points in the fight.
The boulder.
So they
sinks
have
into
different
the water,
phases,
stopping
even though
the
it's not
flow
very clear
completely.
when that happens.
It looks like you have a new path to tread now.
I'll indicate some bosses later on in fights
Fila
where
hugs Hyde in her
certain actions I do could
He
result in a
blushes
very
in
bad outcome.
embarrassment and reminds her that others are watching. At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
Alright, so we moved the boulder into water there. That allows us to go down over this side to get some more stuff, which is a chest, and we'll be getting an elixir. But yeah, as you can see, we're with the addition of the 2 temporary party members, the Maiden and her attendant. The roles that we need are going to be like 5. If we didn't have them in the party, we likely wouldn't be able to run from these fights, because it would be significantly harder. Because it takes a look at the way the roles are decided for running is its average party level. Alright, so we grab that, and then there's another chest up here, and that'll have an elixir in it. Okay. Didn't want us to escape this fight. There we go. So yeah, if the fight is 6 or 7, depending on if I fail a roll or not, I might just do the fight, but I'm gonna try to avoid them. These early fights aren't even really worth the experience in general, so. Also, music right now, at least, is really, really chill, which is pretty nice. But I'll tell you what, the music gets pretty wild as we continue. Like, things are gonna get very interesting. For context, so they're level 6, we're level 4. Just so you have an idea of, like, how much higher level they are.
Just as you're
So
about
average
to
party
open
level
the
is
chest,
5.
Fila interjects. I didn't tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost, she admits with a tremble in her voice. Laddie's face goes pale.
So this
and she
area in
squeezes
general
Lack
is
in her
geared
arms.
for level 6.
The poor thing looks like it's in pain. I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes there? A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure. Mine. You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest and immediately prepare for battle.
Alright, so this is our first boss. Pirate skeleton. So, if we're not already aware, skeletons heal at the end of every turn. Nothing really different about that. Make use of poison, which is a cool thing that we talked about in the first game, IDR. Poison is really strong in both games. We have access to deadly poison, which is really nice. So this helps mitigate the healing between turns, because it's extra passive damage that we get to deal. But you can see that Laddie's got 10 armor and 10 attack, and the enemy's got 1911, so she can't really do any damage. So she is basically our healer for the group, for pretty much all of the beginning. And we're just throwing out damage at this point. Because we want to... Okay, so he didn't resist the actual attack. He actually resisted the freeze itself. Even if it failed. So, one of the cool things... Well, it's not really cool, but one of the interesting things I do want to point out is that you'll see me emphasize a lot of my in-combat healing towards the additional party members. And that's because they don't level up between fights, right? Like, they are this level always when you get them. So that means that if I go between fights, they don't get the full heal that Laddie and Baron will if they level up. So I have to focus a lot more of my healing power on them
After the battle,
in combat.
finally reach what looks
So
to
I'm
be
using my resources
Your
out of
heart
combat
races in
more effectively.
anticipation as you open the chest to find hundreds of colorful seashells filling it to the brim. The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor. After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
Alright, so unfortunately, no treasure in that chest. Nothing but seashells.
A droplet of water falls. Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All falls quiet. A beautiful underground lake, its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths. Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight. The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers. "I'm so happy we can see this together," she whispers.
Fila is
So
such a
you had come to
cutie.
the cave in search of treasure. You found something far more precious. You return to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery.
Things are so cheerful right now. It's hurting my soul.
You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da, Fila says suddenly, pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms. With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop. An air of gloom hangs over one corner of the village. It would seem someone has died.
Okay, so you know that quest that I said that I did it bad? Well, here's the consequence. Someone died.
Asking a nearby fellow what happened, he explains a woman was attacked and killed by monsters outside the village. Talk is, the woman was wearing perfume from a foreign land that drew the monsters to her. They only discovered it after the fact, but that perfume was actually some sort of juju expressly for attracting monsters.
That perfume is bad juju.
You recall the woman to whom
And the
you
game
gave the
now
parcel you picked up.
really throws at your face that you fucked up.
Even if I didn't know,
Consequences.
I'm the one who gave her the perfume, you think regrettably. Laddie gently places a hand to your back.
Lottie trying to console us.
You say a prayer for the woman's repose and quietly take your leave.
So, unfortunate. So what's supposed to happen
Asks you to wait
is when I went to go grab that
outside the
chest
shop.
around the mountain, I was supposed to get there's a 50-50
Fila
chance
strikes
in
up
the
a
first
conversation with Laddie
movement
while waiting
after
for
I get the
others'
parcel
return.
that I'll get it at
Unless
forced
any
encounter
words
with a
makes
bunch of
one,
little
then
critters,
the maiden has time to breathe.
and then you realize that they were drawn from the parcel, and then that's what gives you the option to not give it to her and save her life.
All
but
Fila seems to talk
unfortunately,
about is Hyde.
The game wanted us to see the other
Nevertheless,
thing.
She seems to have found an eager listener in Laddie, who nods with an elated smile.
So there's subtle stuff like that with a lot of the side stuff where things could
Hyde
go
returns,
either way
completed couples charms in hand.
and can change up some story stuff going forward. Had we just not given it to her,
The crystal charms.
she'd
look
still
as
be alive and we
impressive
could
as
still
any you
talk
would
to her,
find in
but-
a shop.
I'm sorry.
But Hyde's expression is grim. Apparently, he isn't as impressed by his handiwork as the rest of you.
I'm not the monster. I'm sorry. I tried. It's just the game
Takes
didn't
one
want
of
it to
the
happen.
charms with a forlorn smile.
The game wanted her to die.
I'll wear it to the maiden's ritual, she says quietly.
So Hyde has made the
Hearing
couple's
carefree
terms.
woman speak of the goal of your journey, you can't help but ask for more information. Fila explains that she'll be conducting the maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the island. As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic, Fila says.
It's not my
changing the
fault.
subject.
The game didn't give me the encounter.
But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with, she smiles. Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no choice but to accept the new term. With the Maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the spire.
Alright. Alright, so now with that out of the way, rest at the inn,
She
get
clearly
a
has
heal.
you confused with someone else. But on the plus side, she is extremely happy to see the party leaves the inn feeling rested.
Yeah, I jumped right to the bridge, but when I was going around the mountain, there's a 50-50 chance
Fila
that the
exclaims
first
in excitement as she
movement
lays her eyes upon
would
your
get
vessel.
the encounter
How
that
adorable!
follows for that event, which opens up the other,
Knowing
option.
full well that it is, and prepare for departure.
and that just didn't happen, unfortunately. I got to the chest around the mountain without getting the encounter, so unfortunate. I do feel bad because it costs me time to have the event go that way. But, I mean, in the purpose of this particular
You
run
arrive
for
back on
really,
Omega
really lots
Isle.
of lore,
It's just as you left
it's fitting in a way.
quiet and still, as if awaiting its inevitable destruction. How gloomy, Fila remarks. But her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze.
Alright, so we're back at the spire. We have the maiden and her attendant with us.
You stand before the Maiden's altar again and ask Lack what you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart.
Yeah, Hyde is Filia's equivalent of Laddie
How
and
would
Lack.
you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought? Just as Lack begins to cast a mysterious spell.
But, like, Baron kind of replaces Lack in the context of the story.
As if
Lack is more of
responding
like
to a
our
spell,
Navi.
the
the
altar
game.
begins to glow. Now, go into the light, Lack commands. You do as you're told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit.
Because the Maiden and attendant on the islands are chosen
When you come to,
on each
you
island
realize
in
that
very
you must have
specific
fainted
ways.
after being swallowed by the light. You gradually get your bearings, and your field of vision clears. You're in the Spirit Spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange. What happened, you ask Lack? Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
Alright, so stuff is happening. Oops, wrong way. We have to go around.
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But is it light or darkness at its core? You stand in awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark paint. This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says. Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings. You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her. Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it says. Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
Yeah, so as bright and cheery on the outside as Laddie is as a mute,
This place is
there's some
seriously
real
weird,
dark stuff going on.
huh? A shadow suddenly appears. It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes and is cloaked in a hostile aura. You have no choice but to fight.
This place is also really, really cool. Sharpness. Please, yes, that's a good roll. Thank you. All right, now I just got to roll above 3. Yay! Good bow. Laddie, I don't know. Laddie doesn't even seem sure what she's witnessing herself. So this is a forced encounter. This is why it's a lot stronger than the random ones.
Excellent.
Alright, pretty good rolls. Fight went well. Not a particularly
Good work.
too challenging of a fight.
The shadow vanishes. But you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice. Anxietown is shaped entirely by Laddie's woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
All right. I know Zell mentioned something about this part, but there's some stuff coming up that is pretty dark.
Back.
Not necessarily like super like grotesque or anything like that, because again, we don't really see it. It's just explained to us. But it still gives you a pretty good mental image of what's going on. So it's a little bit disturbing in some circumstances.
The man sighs deeply. When you ask him what's wrong, he laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win.
How high on the
favor
horror scale is this? It gets pretty 11 and 22 pretty fast.
For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear. Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses. You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Okay, what in the world happened here?
Yeah, so even the narrator is like weirded out, which I thought was pretty... That's something. So every time we go to the Heart's Domain, there's always like a very particular scenario that's laid out before us.
When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor. How can I explain my feelings for him? She ponders aloud. Pure like flower, the woman begins, then suddenly looks nauseated. She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb, one as big as your fist.
So yeah, at the moment where the villagers are definitely dying to flowers. Yeah, Laddie is not okay. Because this is a direct dreamscape of Laddie's internal emotions and heart.
Searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat. He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet. Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into tears. As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious realm. After speaking with the villagers, you realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing.
Yeah, so I know the answer for all of these to quicken the response for the dialogue, so we don't have to go through all of the other dialogues. So if you really want to get some more cool, like, information and lore and stuff, that is something to really actually read up on. and go through the game yourself, because there's a lot of stuff that, even though we are going through all of the dialogue and stuff with the narrator, it's only going to be main story related other than what's routed in. So one of the things that I'll take advantage of in these random fights is I'll try to get a heal if I need it off and then run. And that's a good way to not waste healing items.
Though they seem no different than ordinary blossoms to you, the villagers obviously fear them. Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when a disquieting voice rings out just as a shockwave hits you. That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt referring to the ominous light suddenly surrounding the flower beds. It appears to be what's eating away at this world. We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more, and reach out to touch the scar.
Alright, this is gonna be our first, like, real boss fight. I make a safety save. Cause, yeah, you know, just be safe on the safe side here.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
Alright, so this is a bit of a beefy fight. I'm gonna make use of our other party members, mainly. Laddie, again, not really gonna be doing a lot of damage this early. That's what I was afraid of. That coming out so soon is rough. Oh, no. Didn't mean to run. Remember that AoE? The whole party heal? Yeah. Good time to use that.
Excellent. Magnificent.
Again, letting the poison do some work. Ouch.
Oh, hey, don't...
Alright, that's not nearly as bad because the boss is basically dead, but that is still bad when that happens. Alright, we got Blizzard now, which is good.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the Isle. But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village. Ever since, bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart. The shadow vanishes, and you decide to try and heal the heart scar. This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key. Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar. You heal the heart scar,
All better.
restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from.
Alright, so we did our job. There's nothing here, so we can just leave. Where's the way out? There it is. So yeah, like, the first time that happens is
Other
pretty
areas painted black
crazy.
in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars.
But yeah, Laddie is definitely not okay.
Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places. Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart.
Alright, so time to return to the Spirit Spire and leave.
Lack's strange chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain. You make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain. Laddie is fast asleep. You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that. What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While doing so, you realize that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the Maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
There is a reason why she was hesitant, but I'll let the story and the narrator explain that when we get to it. I'll be coming up very soon. So as we've already started seeing, things are the music makes things seem like everything's calm and peaceful and whatnot, but it's just gonna get darker from here.
I'm back, Fila exclaims cheerfully to the unsurprised gazes of her fellow villagers. They seem well accustomed to her gallivanting off on some adventure or another. Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn. That
You don't
night,
know if you like where this is
you
going?
get to think it's a right to protect the island.
Uh,
One passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same.
I'm not gonna talk about it.
Laddie,
We'll
paying you
we'll
no
just
mind,
we'll experience it together.
gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread.
Believe me, I didn't like where this was going either.
Sweet dreams. Fila and Hyde await you outside the inn. They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual, they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island.
Alright, so now we can leave Compton. We're gonna double check that we are fully healed. Good. Okay, so double checking my equipment. Probably put that on. That's it. That's all we have for equipment. Okay, time to go.
A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila a talisman shaped like a fish. He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar and a wish for the ritual success. The villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement. It appears the free-spirited maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers' hearts. "Thank you for always watching over me," she says, with the same bright smile as always.
Okay, so now we're going to
It looks like this.
just head to the shrine. Or the altar, should I say.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater. Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why. Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them contains magic that allows you to breathe underwater.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. "Let me show you instead," he says, then activates the magic talisman. "Come on, follow me," Fila exclaims cheerfully. She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation. Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim. Before she can drown in self-doubt, though, you take her hand and follow Fila and Hyde's lead. "Stop, we'll drown," Lack shouts, but you pay it no mind. Life seems to be one odd experience after the next lately. Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your lungs. Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef and myriad fish swimming about. You find the Seabed Temple resting quietly at the bottom of the ocean. It's now a peaceful haven for sea creatures. From the window, you can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current. Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials. "Let's get going," she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way, concern apparent in his eyes.
Water temple's never good. Yeah, I happen to agree with that. Alright, so there's a chest in this bottom corner here. It's gonna contain a numbstay ring. That'll be pretty useful. Because again, like, every bit of equipment right now matters. We're gonna go ahead and put that. We're gonna swap rings here. We're gonna give the numbstay to the MC, and we're gonna give Laddie the lightning stay ring to give her more health, and the MC the lightning stay or the numbstay, so he doesn't get paralyzed, and he also gains the speed boost because of the weapon he's using. Makes him rather slow. So that'll help alleviate the negative effects of us using a more powerful weapon right now. Shoot. I don't want to be doing this fight. No. Alright, we're gonna heal Hyde and then leave. Please let us escape.
Magnificent.
There we go.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words inscribed as well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the Stela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door.
Alright, so there is a way to get clues. Not gonna worry about that.
A crystal is carved into the Stela. Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out toward the Stela. Fila gently touches the Stela, and it releases a faint light. But the area remains silent. There is no indication that the door has opened. Let me try again, Fila says, touching the Stela once more. This time, the light dissipates. She then panics and replaces her hand on the Stela, causing the light to return. It appears the Stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand.
Alright. And the next one is here.
You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the crystal door being unlocked. Past the crystal door is yet another door.
I just
On
love the
this
moment of
one
pause.
is a carving of a temple.
Alright, so this one.
A temple is carved into the Stela.
More doors, yep. Bad things happen, by the way, if we do something wrong. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Noise in the distance. It's the sound of the temple door being unlocked. There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, You figure it must be sealed by a mysterious power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the South Aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise.
Yeah, there's a lot of voice recording.
Don't hold back.
Okay, so another puzzle in this room. There is an item that we want to pick up. Got some money, and then we can solve the puzzle here. What? Second? Oh no, this is the wrong one.
You decide that this isn't the stela you're looking
This
for,
one.
and try to find another. When Fila touches the stela, it begins to shake.
No, I messed up.
The maiden steps back, just as the stela transforms into a monster.
Okay, so now we know what happens if I mess up. That was an oopsies. It's not a particularly scary fight. It does suck. Because it's not a fight that I want to do. And it's not really worth anything either.
It appears some monsters mimic stela here, Hyde remarks calmly. Despite the battle.
Yeah, it's not a mess up. It's just showing what happens if you mess up.
Right, you reply. Then steel yourself as you continue your stela search.
Narrator making a pun. All intended. Yeah. Okay, so I messed up because I forgot there's one more on the left side. So, yeah. That's what happened.
Fight him off.
I mean, that's cool that they got affected by that, but... Nope, that didn't happen. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna fight it. Happenstances being nice. So, if you were here for IDR, I mentioned that freeze status effect. The next hit, when something is frozen, deals double damage. So, the one that I wanted to activate was this one. No, it wasn't. What? Why am I thinking it's this one? This one. I'm dumb.
Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light.
I'm under-leveled. That's why the roll was 7 and I failed it twice.
But you don't hear a door open. There must be some other stela you need to illuminate.
Happenstance kind of froze them for me, so it just made them die in one hit, so it's fine. And then it's this one.
When you do, you hear a distant sound.
I don't know why I got so
There's
confused
no
by
doubt
that.
the door with the map carving has opened.
Somehow I forgot which Steelas were which, but it's fine. I'm just going ahead and revealing those. There's nothing in here. So I need to activate
A star is carved in the center of the aisle.
This is the wrong one. I think it's this one.
A moon is carved on the west side of the aisle.
No.
A sun is carved on the east side of the aisle. You
All right.
wait a moment, but nothing seems to change.
I don't know why I forgot these
There must
so
be
much.
other stela you need to illuminate. You illuminate 2 stela, but the path remains closed. There must be other stela you need to illuminate.
Okay, that's all those. And then there's one hidden down here. I actually had to look at my notes for this one because I messed this up last time.
Show 'em what you got.
I'm actually surprised I messed up the other one, because that's one of the easier ones to do. Alright, so we have a forced fight coming up. I want to make sure I save, so we don't have to redo any of this stuff. And this is actually a tough fight.
A lighthouse is carved in the center of the aisle. Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. You can hear something crumbling. Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into the room. As if the water isn't bad enough, a gigantic and terrifying snake-like figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance, but you steady yourselves and prepare for battle.
Alright, so it's not just one, it's 4 much stronger leviathans that we ran away from earlier. So yeah, this fight's a little monka-esque. So if we're gonna die this early in the game, it's probably gonna be in this fight. Let's just hope happenstance is in our favor. And we got a decent crit, so that's good. Try to kill them as quickly as we can, because if they all get to go, then it's pain. So far, so good. You didn't immediately die to everything, so that's good. So Yeah, this fight is actually going extremely well. It's very smooth. I'm actually quite surprised. They normally can go first, which is really bad. I'm actually quite happy about that we got to go first. Knock on wood. Yeah, definitely knock on the wood. There we go, I knocked on wood. Yeah, and that AoE water attack is usually what they spam and kill everybody. So if they all get to go first and they all decide to do that attack, I'm just dead. Nothing I can do about it.
Once the battle ends, the rushing waters calm.
Yeah, like 6 damage times 4 is
The
just enough
trial in this room
damage to
seems to be
deplete
over.
my HP.
You might be able to find the path onward now.
That wasn't that bad. That was actually a pretty straightforward fight.
The wall itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding.
And yeah, a lot of the fights, like I said, are going to be very scary in this game because we're running from every fight possible, unlike IDR. We're gonna be under-leveled the entirety of the run.
This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it. You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
Alright, so there's a chest behind the altar. We're gonna grab that quickly. That'll be useful. And we got here.
You stand before the altar, where the ritual will take place. Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one. We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the gesture. Thank you for showing me a strange new world, she says to Lack, who blushes ever so slightly. Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you. Seeing that you mean it, Fila gives a relieved smile. Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth. The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewells. Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine.
You
as
don't
if responding
like
to
where
the
this is
altar.
going? You're not gonna like where this is going at all then.
Amidst the dazzling light, the Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks. With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment.
That fucking smile
tears on her
looked like
cheeks,
she was
however,
like, I
tell a
didn't
different
want to.
story.
That was such a sad, cheerful smile. Oh, I got tears. I got tears running down my cheeks as well. It gets me every time, just seeing her face.
The Azure Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room.
Rip Fila.
Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island, has claimed her. You shift your gaze toward Laddie and wonder if she embarked on this journey knowing this harsh truth. A voice breaks the silence. The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room. Neither you nor Laddie can hide how shaken the man's sudden transformation has you. You had expected sadness, not this. Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question.
Yeah.
Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes.
Hyde's got some secret resentment.
Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired. Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred, but he cannot bring himself to throw it down. The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind. Though he should have hated her, he had been bewitched by her magical smile.
Fila's smile wins over everybody. And that's
The cries of
crazy.
the Azure attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the Seabed Temple. Forever and ever. Hyde says, "Leave me be." Your group leaves him and reemerges from the depths of the sea. Laddie grips Fila's maiden's relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's Dominion on an isle in the Western Ocean. You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the maiden's relic, and your group returns to your journey.
Yep. Yep, the narrator messed up. Alright, so we have access now to our very own link skill with Laddie. So that's really cool. We got Thunder Strike, which is pretty neat. So that gets slotted in automatically. If we want to, we could sub it in on Laddie as well, but we don't need to really do that. Alright, time to leave. We are done. Very sad about what happened to Celia. But, I mean...
It appears the sea has undergone a change while you were adventuring with the Azure Maiden. The route to the Western Seas has opened. Now you can look for a way onto the isle where the Maiden lives.
So yeah, like, feel deep down that smile that she gave definitely told us that she knew that it was the end, and she was super sad about it because she had such a wonderful time with us. I guess we're fighting this one. As much as I don't want to, it's an 8. And it's not gonna really let me roll away from this fight. Because, again, we're underleveled. So it's just gonna be easier to kill these weak enemies. Yeah, Hyde doesn't join us. Again, he's very upset with the fact that he was forced for many, many years to play along with the village and make Philia happy so that she can, you know, do what she had to do. Here we go. I was looking for the shipwreck.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
Alright, so we got some more money. We're gonna make our way west to the next Maiden. Alright, we got away from that one.
Nope. Stop.
Yeah, narrator, I understand. I
don't know what it is, but there's just... Laddie eagerly accept. It turns out she's never fished before. There is no time. Without another word, you sail on. Oh, excuse me.
Remember we said the narrator's gonna yell at us?
Your journey across the sea has taken you to the West Isle. On the West Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in red. Very well then, prepare to go ashore.
I like this section of the run. It's actually pretty cool.
The West Isle's parched, russet-colored expanse greets you. The bones of weaker travelers strewn about it.
It's also got good jams.
Welcome and warning. You dock your ship at the pier and set foot ashore. Laddie takes a deep bow in the direction of the bon font as if thanking it for safely delivering everyone to land. You consult your navigation map once more to confirm your location, and resolve to head through the gorge toward Hero's Dominion.
Okay, so we're gonna head our way through the gorge. There is a side quest that we're gonna complete along the way here as well, which gives us a very powerful item in the run. It might not seem as good when we first get it, but it really helps.
Laddie appears to have found something on the roadside. You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it. You gently place the necklace around Laddie's neck. Though she initially looks confused, when you say, "It looks nice on you," her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles.
Alright, so that event triggers if we go there, and then lets us put that necklace on Laddie, which triggers the next part of the
A well-to-do
event later.
looking old man calls out to you. Care to try your luck? You decline the old man's offer and hurry on your way.
Alright, so that random event with the old man is more or less a gambling mini event. I'm not gonna test the RNG on it, because I need my money.
The brigand points at Laddie's simple necklace and yells, "Give that back." He continues, insisting in a rather courteous tone. "That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Hero's Dominion. As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been looking for it ever since." He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice but to fight to defend your ally.
Alright, now he dies. Laid hands on Laddie.
Excellent. You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from."
Alright, so we're gonna hand over the
You believe
necklace.
the thief's tears of regret are genuine. So you take the simple necklace from Laddie and hand it over.
We're gonna let him live.
The thief bows his head deeply and then heads off in the direction of Hero's Dominion. You happen to look down and spot a dingy charm on the ground. It seems the thief dropped it as he left. On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work." Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he? You utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack.
Would have been a real awful feeling if we had murdered someone's father, wouldn't it? This is also a short chapter, which is kind of nice compared to the last one.
You make your way through the gorge, its walls of russet stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sand-blasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead. but you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. Isn't that the Dominion? Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence. Indeed, the gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion. Laddie wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. "Stop! That's a monster!" you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie. In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes the monster down. "You all right?" he barks, turning to Laddie. Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you, closing in fast. A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. "Those worthy of being Maiden must never let their guard down, Lavia," it chides. "I know, Gladio. I know," the boy grimaces. What luck! It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance. Which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson Attendant. This is all terribly convenient.
Terribly convenient indeed.
You thank the duo for saving Laddie, and explain that you will have need of the Maiden's relic, if they'd be so kind as to lend it to you. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. "Apologies, but we're in a hurry," he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to recapture it. Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous meeting, you agree to help them track the beast down.
All right, so we have the next Maiden attendant in our party, so we're gonna go track down the beast.
You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight.
So, you can kind of do this a little out of order with these fights, but we do have to do all of them for these force fights to trigger what we need.
Fortune favors the bold.
That was a bit overkill.
You did great.
Alright. Oh, for that one.
Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Lavia as soon as the final blow's been struck. "Sorry," Lavia shoots back and resumes scanning the area for monsters.
Alright, so next one's over here.
You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not. Nevertheless, it is not happy to have an intruder in its home, and attacks. The party readies for battle. And fight.
Alright, so much like IDR, Lizardmen are weak to thunder. This attack with Livia only deals damage if I roll 5 or higher. It is very strong. But the downside of missing that roll at being under is really devastating. Okay, so 2 down. Third one's over here.
You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it. It's dead, Livia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief. Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood drips from the iron hammers
so mini-boss
clutched in its fists. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear.
I wouldn't say it's a mini-boss. It's more of an actual boss.
Don't hold back.
Immediately, you need to heal Livia. Go for a bisecting blade. We're just hoping that the rolls when we do this are terrible. Alright, so this attack from this enemy in particular is, like, it just halves your HP. It's pretty ridiculous. That makes it very easy for him to kill you. You want to stay above 20, ideally. Yeah, because of that. Alright. Give him a bit of a debuff. I don't know if I have any AoE heal. I do. Okay. Perfect time to use it. Use it if we got it. Alright, that one okay.
The Maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Livia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. We're not done, Gladio reminds the party. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion.
Gladio is strong.
You never did get to ask about the Maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that oversight.
Alright, so now we head into town. Finished everything that we needed to do.
Heroes' Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. The cries of powerful warriors pierce the air, though it's impossible to tell if they're cries of joy or pain. Lavia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors.
We'll have the answer for
who
that
long to
in just a
prove their
moment.
strength in battle. There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage. How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
Oh, this isn't where I need to turn that in. Okay, so the quest we're going to finish up at the accessory shop.
Upon entering the shop, Laddie looks surprised and points at something. Following her gesture, you spy the familiar sight of the simple necklace. The owner explains that this necklace had been stolen, but then, wonder of wonders, the very miscreant who made off with it later returned it himself. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, said miscreant shows himself. The one-time thief bows his head self-consciously. Evidently, the owner took a shine to the honest thief and offered him a job working in the shop. You remove the dingy charm from your pack and hand it to the man. Taking it in hand, he is so overcome with joy that he begins to weep. As it turns out, the charm was a gift from his beloved child. He had been searching for it all this time. He grips the cherished charm tightly, explaining, "I only ever stole to put food on the table for my child." The shop owner proffers something to you, calling it a thank you for helping him meet a man with such an honest heart.
Alright, so the reward is the Gemstone Ring, which doesn't seem like much, but it's...
The innkeeper challenges you. As you walk away, you're fairly
It's a very
surprised
good
her
item.
bitterly complaining that she's yet to win a single match, and that her business is doomed.
Alright, so we're going to return the beast to the arena now.
Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud. "I felled it," Lavia says without hesitation. "I expected nothing less," the man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Lavia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned.
Anybody else
The party makes
sort
its
of
way
weirded
back out of
out
the
about the
arena.
card inside of the card for the captured monster?
"What's a runt like you come to the arena for?" the warriors sneer in Lavia's direction. His blood clearly boiling, Lavia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. "Say that one more time," he shouts. Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Lavia's no match for his opponent and decide to intervene on his behalf. You call out, and the warrior throws a flurry of fists your way. Thankfully, you anticipated this would happen and managed to dodge them cleanly. You punch like you've never punched before. Punch after punch connects with the warrior's arms as he effortlessly deflects each one and hits you with a punch of his own. "Enough," Gladio barks by way of intervention. Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so. By all accounts, Livia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden. You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Livia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave.
Right. So we're forced to go to the inn to advance the story.
You arrive at the inn, eager to rest. You mention to Livia once more what brings you to the West Isle. You speak of the current state of Omega Isle, and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island. Livia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. "I'm not the Maiden," he confesses rather abruptly. He explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the Maiden on account of being a man. That his mother, the previous Maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim. Lack helpfully explains that since Livia is not an official Maiden, his relic
So
is
there's
no
our
more
answer to the
than
earlier
ordinary
question.
weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie. Livia, his confession complete, bids you farewell and walks off. Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live. Lack floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing. You presume it to be asleep. You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once, with vigor. "Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die!" it shrieks, shooting even further into the air.
That part always gets me.
Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing in a desperate, if futile, struggle against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all the fighting. Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest. "Enter the Maiden's match with me," Livia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room. Livia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years. "It's a special tournament, and it starts soon," Livia explains breathlessly. "As it happens, they'll select the next Maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Livia as the next Maiden if he wins?" You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Livia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. "All right, it's a deal," you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun. "When does it?" you begin. But Livia cuts you off with an excited, "Tomorrow."
Oh yeah, let's go enter a tournament. We have no time to prepare because it's tomorrow. Thanks, Livia.
The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes all around you. "Let's get to reception quick," Livia chirps as he joins you en route to the arena.
Oh, no. No murder in the fight. We're just gonna have some friendly sparring.
Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the Maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of Maiden and Attendant as they fight. Once you're registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door. What do you think you're doing? The Crimson Attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Lavia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his voice. We'll show 'em all, Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight. The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle.
All right, so this arena fights are divided into 3, well, technically 4 sections. So now we need to do some equipping. So that gem ring that we picked up, we're gonna go ahead and equip that. Go ahead and equip Cloudy with the ring of protection. And we should be good. Double check our skills. Grand Slice. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. We're gonna make a safety save here. Yeah, it is in pairs. Don't worry, you'll see. First fight is very easy.
Oh, all right. Time to show these jerks what you can do.
Alright, so the first round, their weakness is lightning.
Fight him off.
So we're gonna take care of the Maiden over there first. I missed. That's unfortunate. Oh, come on! Missing so much. Alright, one's gone. There we go. Bit of overkill, but want to make sure that we get the damage in. Alright, so first round's done.
Lavia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. Don't sneak up on me like that, he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth.
Thanks, narrator. Alright, so we're gonna make another save here. Not because these fights are particularly hard, but rather be safe than sorry. So we saw this group earlier at the
Okay, the
exit
only way out is through.
before we left the arena for the first time. So now it's 3-on-3.
Fight him off.
Alright, their weakness is water. Unfortunate, one of them dodged. Which means Livia's one attack doesn't really do anything to them. Or most of Livia's attacks, because they're fire-based. Because they're actually resistant to that. Attack down on Livia is not that bad. Alright, one's down.
Excellent.
That guy on the right is a little scary. Nice, good job, Livia. Ouch.
Magnificent.
Alright, Livia, please don't miss. Thank you. Alright, round 2's over.
If we win this next fight, that's it, Livia says in quiet awe. Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say by way of encouragement. Yeah, Livia shouts in response. The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now.
Alright, so last round. And making another save. This is one of the harder ones.
Who else should be waiting for you in the final round but the Crimson Attendant? Despite this being a team event, he's battled his way to the final round all by himself. Do your worst, he bellows, striking an intimidating pose. Don't need to tell me twice, Livia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant. Ho ho ho, this fight won't be anything like the others.
Boss fight. It's against Gladio. Oh, that was a low roll. I was hoping for something higher. That's fine. I'll make use of my second blade. Fortunately, I keep missing, so that's bad. Yeah, these games are a lot of fun. Very, very amazing casual experience. We're gonna buff up Lavia as well. Because Laddie's not gonna be able to hit through that armor. And I keep missing Bisecting Blade, which is not good right now.
Magnificent.
So far, so good. I was expecting this to go a lot worse with how the fight started, missing 2 Bisecting Blades.
The powerful attendant bears down with all his might, but Lavia holds firm. As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart.
Yeah, psych. This is the actual
A familiar
boss.
beast whipped into a frenzy. The beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you.
Yeah, Gladio's not the final boss. This is the final boss. So if you come out of the fight with Gladio wounded, it's present in this battle, because you don't have time to recover between it, which is the unfortunate part. So we're trying to land a bunch of these Bisecting Blades to really speed up the fight, but, you know, we keep missing them, we keep missing them.
Magnificent.
Yeah, now we get regular Gladio HP, which is very different from the Gladio we just fought. So Gladio and their Finny armor is a good thing for us. Yeah, we can actually air thrust over this, which is nice. We got a low roll though, so that's bad.
Magnificent.
Ouch. Yeah, we're on Forsaken Maiden already, yep. We got onto here 2-ish hours earlier than expected, which I already mentioned that to Zell, that would likely happen. RNG wasn't nearly as bad for IDR, so despite the few deaths that we took throughout the run. So much like IDR, we're still gonna play things on the defensive side to try to keep ourselves stable. There we go. Made it through, not a problem.
It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your opening. Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison.
Alright, so this is a scripted finisher for the fight. They do their cool link skill, which we don't really ever use in the route outside of that fight.
The Crimson Maiden and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Levia and recognizes him as an equal. Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure.
Surprise!
Levia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the Maiden's destiny. He molded Levia into a strong young man from an immature boy. And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Levia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden. Levia is in fact a woman.
Surprise!
And thus the rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden. I, Levia, swear to protect this land as its rightful maiden. She raises her relic to the sky. It begins to shine with a light to rival the sun overhead. Levia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her people rain down upon her. Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready.
Reminder before we got to the island, the narrator said
Crowd of admirers.
that west lies a hot-blooded maiden. It wasn't joking.
Seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart Hero's Dominion. You bid the Dominion farewell as the sun dyes the sky a deep red in celebration of the Maiden's victory. The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself, guardian of the West Isle. She approaches you, serene and calm as can be. Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference? Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the Maiden's relic to Laddie. On the condition that should she become a maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic. Levia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, that's why her eyes look so red.
Good cover-up, narrator. Alright. Here, that one's done. All right. Still lots more to do. All right, so we learned double heal.
Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship as it rolls over the waves. The Crimson Maiden became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey and what it means for her. Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you. Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village. There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind. Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle. Lack claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell. Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack look so smug with itself, and that's saying something.
Yep, so we'll use that to go straight to Mega Isle. Saves us a little bit of time.
You find yourselves back in the village Laddie had hitherto refused to return to. Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic. "So, you've returned," a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. What a warm welcome. The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message through to them. You begin introducing Laddie, only to be rudely interrupted. "I'm busy," the old man snaps. You begin introducing Laddie, but the boy cuts you off. "Look, I'm sorry, but you need to leave." The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier, now a distant memory.
Everybody being so mean to Laddie.
Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village, even more than you thought. You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects. Laddie leads you to her home, which turns out to be the home of Mayor Grief. You always considered yourself close with Grief, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Grief must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home, with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief. You step into Grief's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy bookshelf. You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book. It looks rather like the one she's been making a picture book out of. This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover. What are you doing here? The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance. He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury. Tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man. Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Grief to become such a monster. Thus far, you have woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the Maidens of the South and West Isles. According to your navigation map, there ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit.
So there's
But be wary.
2 things that we can do
One
at this
never
point.
knows what might happen out
I
on
can
the
either
high
do a easier section right now, or do a harder section right now. I'd like to get the harder section out of the way first, just because it's a bit more of a problematic area to deal with later. Because when we come back to it to do it later, it will
Fight 'em
be much more difficult. So we're going to do that first. So I expect some deaths because we're, again, extremely underleveled at this point.
Whirlpools are a common occurrence in this area of the sea. It doesn't seem like your ship is capable of crossing them.
Yeah, this game is really chill, but it does really mess with your emotions a lot. A roller
The rush
coaster.
of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose. You decide to head for the East Isle.
So we're going to do East
In the
Isle
shadows
first.
of a rocky reef, there seems to be a good place to moor the ship. It would behoove you to prepare for the coming storm.
This area is going to be very
Long,
difficult
long
this early,
creeks.
but
Swaying atop the tempestuous seas,
we'll get it out of the way now while we can.
you and your companions huddle in the ship's cabin. The dim light of your lantern threatening to fade at any moment as you all wait for the storm to pass. Laddie is wrapped tightly in a blanket, looking much like a large caterpillar. Your joke that the ship might sink seems to have frightened her. You don't see Lack around, but it is likely trapped inside the blanket, having fallen prey to Laddie's squeezing hug. The ship lurches. A book falls from Laddie's pack and lands on the floor near you. It's the picture book she made, the one you peeked in back at the grotto. Having evidently learned nothing from last time, you decide to take another look in the book. As you turn the pages once again, you come to realize what the book actually is. At first you thought it was just a picture book, but the first half of it actually appears to be Laddie's own diary. It's full of passages which detail Laddie's life when she was little. A time when she still dreamed of becoming a maiden. Another day, another round of maiden training.
Laddie
Dad is
looks so
always there to
cute when she's a
encourage me
child.
when I do a good job. So no matter how tough it gets, I can handle it. I decided I'd head straight home once I finished, since Mom was waiting for me.
Alright, so we're in a flashback sequence. Had we gone to the North Isle, we'd be doing this a bit later.
If I train super hard, all the other villagers will be happy with me. I have to keep these people smiling. I have to become the maiden. Mom's the current maiden of our village, and she's a great cook and an awesome person. She's been making tons of really delicious food lately. The food tastes so good, and when I start shoveling it into my mouth, forgetting to even chew it, Mom warns me, "Slow down so you don't choke." And then Dad calls me a piggy, even though he always eats more than me. I wish we could be happy like this forever. If I become the maiden and protect the village, will my family be able to stay together like this forever? I get really worried and ask my parents about it. Dad gives me a gentle nod, but for some reason, Mom doesn't say anything. Mom hasn't come home in a couple of days. Dad told me she left on a journey with the spirit. I know what Mom did was really important, but for some reason, I can't stop crying about it.
So, remember Philia?
Ever since Mom disappeared, my training has been going bad. Really bad. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to become the maiden. I won't be able to protect the village like Mom did. I leave the shrine to go home, when suddenly a young man from town bumps into me. Pain in the ass. His voice is irritated, and he walks away without apologizing. Ever since my training started to go badly, the villagers have been mean to me. I know it's my fault. I know it's because I can't become the maiden. Not even Dad supports me anymore. He hasn't come to watch my training in a long time.
Alright, this part
I
right here
think he
is
might hate me now.
super sad.
I've got to work harder.
But this
so
gives
Dad
us
will
more
like me.
insight about what Laddie went through.
Dad took me on a boat to a small island. We went ashore, and then he locked me up in a dark room. Dad abandoned me. No matter how many times I tell myself it's my own fault, I just can't stop crying. I sob and scream for him to come back, but he doesn't. And eventually, I can't cry or shout any longer.
So yeah, Grief
A sudden wave rocks the ship,
very much
tearing your eyes away
sent
from
her
the
away
dial.
and abandoned her when she
In the
was yet but a
lantern-lit
child.
cabin, Laddie is fast asleep, still wrapped up in her blanket. You think back upon the first day you found her, collapsed on the shore of Omega Isle. Had she just escaped from the islet where she had been confined and wound up drifting ashore? Now aware of the painful memories spelled out in her diary, your heart wavers like the light sputtering in the lantern. You and your friends have managed to weather the storm. The sea's now calmed. You raise sails and set the Bon Vent's course for the East Isle.
Yeah, so Laddie being abandoned and then wanting her father to come back literally cried herself into being a mute.
A large chest floats in the water before you, no more than an arm's length away.
We're not gonna get it.
The chest continues to bob along in the waves, drifting off to who knows where.
So Laddie being so young didn't realize what was going on with being a maiden and her mother. I don't think she fully realized back then, at least what she had written in her diary, at least at that point, hadn't realized what being a maiden meant. Grief, obviously knowing that, showed disinterest to Laddie after losing his wife. Alright, do we dock here right away? Yes.
The East Isle, covered in dismal wetlands. Even the sea breeze blowing across the island seems suffused with melancholy. Upon docking, your party is greeted by sodden earth studded with decaying trees and greenery. You consult your navigation map for directions to the nearby village, then set out, taking extra care with your steps, lest unwary feet plunge into the mire.
So we're gonna meet a couple of my favorite characters on this game for many reasons. But yeah, this area is very strong compared to us. There's a particular fight towards the end of this area that may take a few attempts.
Back, I say. Away from here, beast. A villager waves his weapon about as he tussles with a monster. The man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
Alright, this fight can be a little scary. I need to nerf their attack. Yeah, we should just try attack over. No, please stop buffing everything's armor. Okay, this is a good one for us. Okay, we got pretty decent rolls there with Lack there getting all the debuffs. Okay, Lack's out. That's unfortunate. Alright, should be in a much better position now. Need to heal. Okay, that's good for us. Try to keep ourselves alive. Okay, I'm glad he didn't go for a Baron there. Okay, this could be bad for us. I'm gonna YOLO this.
Yikes.
I might burn a revive, but we'll see. Ooh. That's not good. I don't have a big heal. Oh, please don't. Okay, well, I guess we're burning a revive. Oh, Thunderstrike. Perfect. This should kill him.
Teamwork makes...
Close enough.
Good work.
Alright. Yeah, we gained 4 levels off that fight. That is how underleveled we are right now.
The man approaches you and offers his thanks. He explains
But we're
that
still
recent months have seen more
4
and more
levels under?
monsters attacking Fenmoss, so he has been patrolling the village daily. You inquire about Fenmoss's Maiden, and he informs you that she is friendly with the village mayor. You decide to hurry and meet with him.
Alright, I'm gonna save just in case I don't get this item before we go into the village. There is a item over here on the tip of the island. Yeah, so when we come into this island, we're extremely underleveled. We can come here early, which is what we opted to do. This area is 14 plus. And we come on here under level 10, and we still managed to skate by 4 levels under after that fight before we get in the village. So this is like one of the reasons why I very hesitant about doing this spot thing early. By coming here later, things are scaled up. So it can be a much harder later than it is going to be to do it now. So we grab that free stay ring, and then we head into the village.
You stand in the village of Fenmoss, a settlement forced into uneasy coexistence with the surrounding wetlands. An indescribable gloom creeps into the village from the swamp. A man in black glasses looks out over the swamp, murmuring, "Dim, dim indeed." At your question, the man sighs. "I have nothing but troubles." This man, who radiates as much gloom as the wetlands around him, is the mayor of Fenmoss. He is also a researcher who has spent many years dedicated to the study of monsters. He explains that the monsters in the swamp have grown more and more active, causing great harm to the village. This development has left him utterly at a loss. According to the mayor, the Onyx Maiden has traveled northeast to the wicked wetlands to hunt the beasts. Hoping to borrow her Maiden's relic, you decide to head that way as well.
So we haven't bought gear since the very start of the game when we were on the first island, so we're a bit under-geared right now as well. We're going to take a stop over here. We're going to buy new armor for Laddie. We're going to buy the adventurer's attire. So that's all we need to do. Bounce. We're gonna visit the inn to heal.
No point in making money if we're all gonna die anyhow.
Actually, that's pointless because we did level up
to her supposed
off
fate.
everything, but that's fine. And the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the item shop. I don't really need these items right now, but I'm gonna buy a few right now just in case. I'm gonna buy 2 elixirs just in case, and then I'm gonna buy 2 omnicells. Actually, we'll buy 3. That should be good enough for now.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
And then we can leave. Okay, so now we did that, we can go to the Wicked Wetlands.
The Wicked Wetlands are a muddied, quaggy hive of monsters. Passing adventurers meet their fate either at the bottom of the murky marsh or upon a monster's jagged fangs. It's plain that there are a great many fiends lying in wait here. You try to focus in on your surroundings, but a scream rends through the pattering rain, not far from where you stand now. Worried that someone is being attacked by monsters, you rush to the source of the scream.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game.
You spot a man frantically trying to pull something from the marshy waters. Desperation tinges every syllable of his shouts. Hang on. I got you.
It's like nearly twice the size of IDR.
Your eyes move to the man's hand, and you see that he's holding another person's. Someone has gotten stuck in the bog and is sinking into it. Now freed, the woman splutters and spits out mud. I'm sorry this keeps happening, she says. Perhaps she is accustomed to getting stuck in bogs. The pair thanks you for your help and then offers their names. The woman is Queenie, the Onyx Maiden who wishes dearly to save this island. The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing on... The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing and worrying over the Maiden's unfortunate constitution, you can only assume he is the Onyx attendant. They explain they seek a rare flower that blooms here. Traveling through the monster-infested wetlands is terribly dangerous for only 2 people. You've come this far already, so you offer to accompany them.
There's reasons. There's very reasons. If you're here for IDR, a lot of this will make a lot of sense going forward.
Fight him off.
So yeah, Baron and Laddie are very
As you
underleveled
plod and
still.
splosh your way through the mushy ground, you come across a butterfly fluttering through
Yes,
the air.
the narrator did make a mistake.
It exudes an alien glow. The Onyx Maiden claims that this type of butterfly likes to drink the nectar of the rare flower she seeks. As you discuss this, the butterfly flies off, scales fluttering to the ground in its wake.
Alright, so now we're going to be chasing a
Find your
butterfly
way
for a
to the
while.
flower if you follow the butterfly. Wow, what a beauteous butterfly.
Yep, the narrator will make mistakes and stuff like that, which I thought was pretty funny. So yeah, this area, like I said, is geared for like, I think level 14 or something like that.
The butterfly hovers in the air, but there is no sign of the flower you seek.
And we just got to like 10 by the time we got to the village, which at that point we were, by what, 8
And
levels
now
under?
it's fluttered off again. This was, it seems, no more than a stopover on its journey.
Alright, so there's stuff that we're going to be picking up along the way here. And I wasn't joking, compared to IDR, we finished this game extremely underleveled. Which doesn't make it any easier. It definitely makes it a bit harder, but because of things like full party salves and stuff like that, it can definitely make things doable. So Ring of Evasion's pretty important to pick up at this point.
The butterfly takes a little detour through some withered grass as it continues to flit through the stagnant air. The flower doesn't seem to be here either. Back on the butterfly's trail.
Alright, so we're looking for another chest that's in here. It has an Omnipanacea, which is a full party status cure. Very powerful item. It costs 1,000 gold to buy it. So getting one early like this is very nice. And could come in handy. Then we're gonna head back over here. Am I on the wrong side of this? I'm on the wrong side. What? Did I mess up? I think I went around the wrong way. That's probably why. Okay, so yeah, we gotta go up here. I forgot this place like loops really weirdly.
Trudging through the soppy earth, you decide to ask the Onyx Maiden about the situation on this island. For generations ongoing, the Maiden has failed in her ritual, and now the island is dying. Now its fate hinges upon the Onyx Maiden Queenie and her attendant Blight. You think on this for a moment when Laddie loses her footing and flails about, close to tumbling over. You pluck Lack out of the air and hurl it over to catch Laddie. It makes for a nice fluffy cushion to protect Laddie as she falls on her backside. Beneath the relieved young woman, the muddied plushie grumbles, "Damn it," over and over. As all this is happening, Queenie ends
Good
up
job,
falling too,
Black.
despite Blight's best efforts to help her keep her footing. Mud cakes her face.
So optionally we could have jumped in the mud instead, but I think it's just a bit funnier to go with throwing Lack over there instead. Alright, so failed running away from that, which is unfortunate because it's a low roll that we needed. So continue following the butterfly. Yeah, Queenie and Blight are one of my few favorite characters in Forsaken Maiden specifically. There's a lot of reasons for that. Game will explain some of them. Oops.
At the end of though you are now deep into the wetlands, the flower is nowhere to be found. You wonder if the butterfly is even headed toward it at all.
Butterfly might be leading us to a wild goose chase, but I don't remember there's anything over here. No. Alright, so this is a really tough boss fight.
Your party has pursued the butterfly all the way to a clearing. The butterfly that led you here is resting its wings, perched atop a flower, blooming in the center of the glade. There's the flower, Blight's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly disappears. Or was it never there at all?
Okay, so we're gonna do prep. Oh, we're level 12. Okay, we're a little bit higher than I was expecting. Okay, so we're still 4 levels under. It's level 16. Sorry, I made an error. This area is 16. And we came in here at level 6. So that's pretty crazy. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and equip the Ring of Evasion to Baron. We're gonna give the Gemstone to Queenie. That'll give us an extra gem in battle that we picked up from the one side quest, and we're gonna give the Free Stay Ring to Blight. Yeah. HP wise, I think we should be good. We haven't done any fights in here, so we're gonna take a quick look at our skills actually. Checked all the way out by mistake. Alright, so for this, we need to put double heal on Laddie. We don't need sharpness, so we can get rid of that. Everything else seems good. Okay, cool. Alright, boss fight time. Let's hope we don't die.
The flower blooming deep within the wetlands is a brilliant blue, a splash of color amidst the drab surroundings. With a gentle movement, Queenie reaches out a hand to pick it.
So this area in particular, being much higher level than us,
Suddenly, the ground beneath the block
has some of the toughest
upward,
fights right now.
and a huge monster shows itself. Battle is upon you.
So we have to fight 4 of these crabs. So in IDR we feared turtles, now we fear crabs. We're charging. We want to buff all of our attack with Queenie. Grand Slice. We're gonna try to kill these crabs very fast because this fight gets out of hand really quickly. Especially when they got an attack that halves our HP if it hits. Alright, so we're gonna keep Blight alive and Queenie. Again, one of the weird things that we'll be doing in this run compared to IDR is trying to keep the guest party healthy as much as possible. Because they don't gain experience, which means they don't level up between fights either. And we're still not running the best gear right now because we don't have the money for it. So we bought a weapon from the very start of the game for Baron, but that still works out pretty well for us for now. But only with buffs on it now. So that's what we're going to try to keep up, is the buffing. So this fight's going pretty good. Going a lot better than I expected. I'm usually expecting them to start doing a massive amounts of AoE damage to everybody, but they're being pretty nice. Which is a change, for once. That doesn't mean that the following fights will be easy at all, though. I'm a little scared about that.
Excellent.
No, if character dies, they're not gone forever. Whoops. That's fine. They're just incapacitated for the fight. After the battle, they would recover with 1 HP. At that point, you can heal them. So now we're only 3 levels under.
The sound of Blight's lightning attack rips through the rainy bog, striking the monster dead on. Its carapace pierced, the monster sinks back into the swampy muck. Stillness returns to the wetlands, and the patter of rain is audible once more. The Onyx Maiden takes the blue flower gently in hand. She explains that this flower is actually a medicinal herb called clockweed. Apparently, it is used to heal wounds, and is even said to turn back time for the human body, though the truth of that claim is uncertain.
Yeah, there's, it's not D4s, there's D6s, D12s.
Sensing another monster fixing its gaze upon your party, you lead everyone back to the village.
I think there's one other dice roll as well.
You find your attention drawn to the maiden's murmuring, drowned out though it is by the sound of the rain. This flower, buy more time.
Alright, so time to return to the village. Yeah, Livia uses a D10, yeah, that's correct.
As you enter the village,
I forgot about that one.
locals rush your group shouting, "Welcome back, dear maiden." The villagers express their gratitude for her monster hunting, as well as their delight at the maiden's safe return. Queenie responds to each of them in turn. The Onyx Maiden, bringer of hope to the village, appears to be quite beloved by its people. Once the villagers are out of earshot, you once again ask the Onyx Maiden to borrow her maiden's relic. She is at a loss for a few moments, but then informs you that she has something she'd like to show you. She guides you to the Maiden's Shrine.
That's why bisecting blade is so hard to land with Livia sometimes, but like that's why the damage reward for landing it is so good. because it's a flat 25 plus attack.
I shall allow you to borrow my relic, the Onyx Maiden says, rendering you speechless. She continues on, revealing that she is actually trying to abandon her maidenly duty. But as far as you can tell, she seems to be giving her all for the sake of the village. Why then does she want to quit? The ritual means the sacrifice of the maiden. Anybody would be afraid of it. But is that her reason? As if to answer your question, Queenie slowly closes her eyes. And then, when the light subsides and your eyes regain focus, you see Queenie, and there is a bulge in her abdomen. The Onyx Maiden is pregnant. She explains that she's been using medicine made from the clockweed to keep her pregnancy hidden all this time. She has dedicated her life entirely to the protection of this island and performing the Maiden's ritual. But giving birth means her child, too, will be burdened with the same destiny of sacrifice. She wants to protect her child. That is her only wish. And she conveys it to you with all the agony of confessing a heinous crime. You can appreciate now why the Onyx Maiden wishes to abandon her duty. But will the villagers accept her decision? Queenie's anguish is plain to see as she runs a gentle hand over her stomach. Blight seems equally distraught as he holds out an arm to support her. It is not hard to imagine who the father of this soon-to-be-born child is. The anguished cries of the maiden, the last hope of a village facing oblivion, echo out in pain. The Onyx Maiden is laid upon a bed in the Maiden's shrine. Word of her condition spreads, and the villagers are unable to hide their agitation. All this time you have spent crossing the islands, Laddie has desperately sought to become a maiden. But now, having heard that Queenie wishes to abandon her own duty, she seems conflicted. It seems that all the while Queenie used the clockweed to keep her condition secret, the child in her belly kept growing. The attendant divulges a little of the Onyx Maiden's feelings toward the impending birth. Over the long years of their relationship, stretching back to their childhood, Queenie has suffered misfortune aplenty. Through all that, never has she wished for anything except a safe birth for her child, whatever it takes. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the village mayor enters the shrine, gasping for breath. The monsters of the wetlands are amassing for an attack on the village. Fighting them off with Queenie confined to bed will be next to impossible. Your group decides to head into the wetlands and launch a preemptive strike on the Fiend's Nest where they're gathering.
All right, so I alluded to a really tough fight coming up, and this is where it gets hairy. Not level 15 yet, which is unfortunate, but yeah. Oh, we should probably heal first.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks.
So we don't have Queenie for this. We're gonna have 3 party members for this fight, or these series of fights coming up, which they're basically all back to back, which makes this extremely difficult. Followed up by a boss fight, and us being still 4 levels under and only having 1 party member on level does make for this to be very difficult section of the game to finish early.
The rain falls in sheets. You spy the telltale signs of monsters between the drops, and in far greater numbers than before. Blight's eyes shine, and you can tell he wishes for nothing more than to protect his maiden. He advances. You forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
Alright, so the entrance to Fiend's Nest is right over here. Okay, so first things first, check our skills. Yeah. I don't think there's really anything that we want to change with our party. Just double checking our stuff. Gemstone will be good. Alright, we have to save here because we can't save once we start this, and we have to get through all of it. So if we do die at all during this part, we have to redo everything, which is the unfortunate part about this.
Fight him off.
So one of the reasons why we bought some items a little while ago at the village.
You come upon a thronging nest of monsters in the innermost recesses of the wetlands. Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. They roar in unison and begin to march forth. Their destination is clear. Fenmoss. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. You grip your weapon tight, ready to do battle. Oh boy, don't let a single one escape.
Okay, so let's not let any of them escape.
A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back, its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. It looks like it's getting ready to do something, and whatever it is will be headed your way.
So that's the boss, but we can't fight it yet.
You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons.
Okay, alright, I hope things work out well.
And fight.
So we're gonna use the fact that light
Excellent.
is pretty strong. But we also need to try to keep everybody alive. Grand Slice. Gonna use heal. Yeah, if light goes down, we'll run into some issues. This first fight's not too bad. It's the later ones in this area that are a problem, and especially the boss.
The hulking beast bellows a blast of burning flame in your direction. Whoa, danger everywhere you look. You gonna be able to handle this?
Alright, so we're gonna heal. Since we took damage from that. Alright, round 2. And trying to make as quick work of all these enemies as possible. And trying to keep our HP at good levels. I'm a little scared right now with everybody being low now. I'm not worried about healing Baron. Again, we want to try to keep our guest party member alive, considering they don't heal between fights if they were going to level, because they don't gain experience.
Ouch.
So Baron levels up, gets full heal, and says, Laddie, I got the skills that we want. Equipment, or not equipment, sorry. Skills. So Laddie now has charge. Put that on. I think Baron. Okay, Baron didn't get this skill. He gets it on the next level. Alright, next monster. Alright, after we clear this monster, there's another wave and then the boss.
Show 'em what you got.
We're going to charge. Alright, so Sealed's pretty bad. At least it wasn't on Laddie. Alright, so I'm actually quite happy with how these fights have been going so far. Okay, I'm not gonna kill the frog so that I can get this heal off. Just to be safer for a setup for the next set of fights. And then, yeah. Much better position now.
Perhaps deciding that the ones slaying its kin are a threat. The massive beast that seems to be the master of the nest charges your way. At the same moment, more monsters appear from the shadows of the wetlands and begin moving towards the village. No matter how many enemies there are, you must stop their advance to the village. You and your comrades take deep breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once more.
Alright, so these ones are considerably stronger than the previous ones. And then hopefully we end up killing these in a reasonable fashion that doesn't leave us hemorrhaging for HP out of the fights. So Lizardmen, weak to lightning, of course. Not a big deal considering we have two characters that deal a pretty absurd amount of damage with that.
Magnificent. Excellent.
So, glad he gets the full heal from the level up. That means Baron should be leveling up after this next fight before the boss.
Fight him off.
So, charge here. Good crit. Not a good attack to see come out from them. Alright, so Baron gets the full heal from the level up. Okay, what do we have for items? Again, using our weaker heals instead of burning them amidst combat. We don't need Grand Slice for this next fight, so we'll swap that out for Flame Rush. And we don't need Blizzard either, so take not Sharpness. I guess we'll take the Cure. Okay, boss time.
The Nest Master's monstrous bulk trembles as it menaces your party. Steel yourselves, says Blight. As if in defiance of his determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terrible roar.
Alright. I'm actually pretty scared about this boss fight. Because it's much stronger than anything we fought thus far.
Whew, you've come this far. It's time to win. Or die trying.
So it is weak to darkness. But only Blight has that, unfortunately.
Teamwork.
Yeah, this boss does a pretty absurd amount of damage and heals.
Yikes.
And it one-shotted Baron. So... Why we have the revives? Come on, please, stop. The Ring of Evasion's not even proccing, which is unfortunate. The fact that he keeps doing that attack is kind of really annoying. So he passively heals, has an attack that heals him a pretty large amount as well. So all in all, pretty annoying boss. I'll pop the big heal. I'm really just hoping for these crits off Blight to get through this fight. Otherwise... the longer this fight goes on, the worse it gets. Oh, we're rolling so low.
Magnificent.
So we're saving those gems specifically so that we can double heal. It's just healing 10 health is not going to do a whole lot for us right now. We need to stay above 30 if we hope to live. But yeah, that weapon we bought back in Chapter 1 is still holding us pretty well. But after this fight, it's not as good anymore.
Fortune favors the bold.
Alright. Alright, we made it through. We did burn quite a few items, but that's fine. We got through the hardest area first try. For this portion of the game thus far.
After a fierce battle, the great fiend finally collapses to the wet earth in a spill of green ichor. At the death of their leader, the other monsters lurking about all withdraw at once. Marvelous. You have managed to save Fenmos from the danger it faced.
Yeah, so the fact that we couldn't see through all of those fights makes it one of the more dangerous areas to deal with. So now we can just leave and head back.
The village's crisis is averted. You and your friends make your way back to Fenmos to check in on Queenie.
Frost Walrus, man, that's not true at all in this game.
No sooner do you pass the threshold back into town than do the villagers surround you as though welcoming home great heroes.
There's gonna be another really difficult section with no saving either.
You inform the mayor that you've wiped out all the monsters. And though he seems momentarily delighted at the news, he also seems terribly flustered. This isn't the time for that now. You start to worry that some monsters may have escaped the nest and made their way here. A village woman comes running and barks angrily at the assemblage. She explains that Queenie is going into labor, which might explain the men's panic at what they ought to be doing. The woman points at Laddie. You there, come along and help. Without waiting for a reply to her demand, the woman drags Laddie off. Difficult though it may be right now, all you can do is pray for Queenie and the child's safe delivery.
Alright, so now we just gotta check on everybody in the village, see how all the men are holding up.
He looks as though not doing anything makes him uneasy, and busies himself giving bits of food to the bird perched atop his rucksack. The mayor gazes out at the swampy surroundings, murmuring to himself. To think that the entire village would come together for the sake of a new life. Queenie's voice echoes out of the Maiden shrine. You hope she can endure the pain. Blight is restless, his mind clearly abuzz with worry for Queenie.
And then the last one here.
Guess all we can do is wait, says the man regretfully. A baby's cry cuts through the silence, breaking the village from its tense reverie. Time, which felt as though it had frozen, begins to tick away once again. Faster than you can let loose a sigh of relief, Blight takes off in the direction of the Maiden shrine. The baby's here. You rush after the amative attendant to the Maiden shrine.
Alright, time to go check on all of them.
The newborn's cries echo through the Maiden shrine. The villagers present for the birth have weary but happy expressions on their faces, and they wipe the sweat from their brows. Blight asks timidly, Is the baby? A young woman hands him a cloth-wrapped bundle. Perhaps because he has finally felt the weight of his own child in his arms. Blight's expression cracks, and he begins to weep, overcome by emotion. Such a relief, he says. He repeats himself several times as he walks over to Queenie and shows her the child's face. As though having just fought a fierce battle, Queenie's face is lined with exhaustion and covered in sweat. Though her expression is somewhat pained, she looks at her child with a smile of deepest affection. The Onyx Maiden and her attendant have named the child Melanie, a word from the language of spirits, meaning eternal happiness. With a tear-stained face, Queenie gently inclines her head to her exuberant attendant. But then the strength seems to seep out of her. With those final words to her two most beloved,
yeah, that name should be familiar if you were here for IDR.
For the last time. With its only maiden lost, this island is surely destined for ruin. As you prepare to sail away, you notice that the island is submerged just a bit more than it had been when you arrived. Almost as though the ocean is trying to swallow it up, now that it's bereft of its maiden. When you part ways, Blight hands the now useless Maiden's relic over to you. You are hesitant to accept, thinking he might want to keep it as a memento of his beloved. Only when he insists, saying, "Don't lose your home. Don't lose your island," are you persuaded.
So yeah, Blight and
The Onyx attendant
Queenie
then
are
heads homeward
literally some of my favorite
to
characters.
make Melanie's life a happy one.
But unfortunately, Queenie didn't make it through the
Monsters
childbirth.
run rampant across the sinking lands. The people of Fenmoss remain beset by numerous hardships. From aboard your ship, you watch the East Isle shrink into the distance. Eternal happiness. You pray that is what their future holds.
And that is the end of that chapter. So earlier when we played the Isle Dragon Roar, the name that was just mentioned is a reference to that game specifically. You can kind of draw your own conclusions from there, but now that we've done this island, which is arguably one of the harder midsections of the game, we're doing it early too, makes this next area very easy that's coming up. Like, it's a lot to do in this area, but there's not a whole lot of tough fights. So it actually makes it pretty easy for us to deal with. We need to go this way. So we're docking on the side of the island for the north, because there is a supreme elixir tucked away on this side of the island. And a supreme elixir is a revive, but it's also a full heal. So it's one of the only ones that we get in the route. So in the event that things go very dire and we need to use it, we will have it. I'm going to take a look at the stall.
But this determines the price. She continues, revealing the die in her hand.
But we can sell old equipment. It's fine. Gain a little extra money out of it. That's it.
It seems she's finished buying for the day.
Yeah, there is a true ending.
The proprietress begins closing up shop, and you go on your way.
Alright, so there's our full heal revive. Only one that we get in the run. And then we can hop back over here and continue on with this other island.
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the North Isle, you will
Yeah, we
hear
finished the first
of a
game.
maiden in white.
3 hours ago,
Very
little
well,
little
then.
more than 3 hours ago.
Prepare to go ashore. The North Isle is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization.
So the skill that we got after finishing that area is really, really good. It's Mirage Burst. It deals damage to all party members and adds an attack buff to everybody, which is pretty nice. Yeah, we want Grand Slice on. And we can take off Refresh. And we can put back on Blizzard. Make a save here. Now we can go to the next town.
You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen. As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city, someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier. You extend a hand to the soldier, who tumbled to the ground after your collision. "Out of my way," the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight.
So, much like what we saw in IDR, these characters in this area look vaguely familiar. We'll have some more information as we go through this section of the game relating to what their connections are. Thankfully, this area of the game isn't so much combat related. It's focused a lot more on the story end of things. So, nothing too difficult. There's like one somewhat challenging fight towards the end. But other than that, it's not really that hard to get through this area. I can't believe I missed that. Alright, well, Lack's dead. Alright, so the fight took a little bit longer than I wanted, but it's fine. Black catches up in levels, kind
You
of.
parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west. Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any village you've ever visited. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier at the gate greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose he's busy monitoring the streets. As you look around, you see soldiers gathered in a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help but wonder what transpired there. Despite that, the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss. The contrast strikes you as strange. Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance.
Alright, so we meet a colorful pair of characters now.
Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see two young women making quite the racket. "It's all your fault," one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting. "No fighting," Lack exclaims in a rare bout of righteousness. "Get out of my sight, you weird puppet," the woman retorts. Lack is shocked. She may be right about Lack being strange, but you admittedly feel a bit bad for it. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the Ivory Maiden and keeper of the island's destiny. The woman being berated is Krim, the Ivory Maiden's attendant. The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." "Consider this a great honor," she continues, then orders you to help her in the search for the deserter. You had wanted to ask her about her maiden's relic, but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command.
Alright, so Lanka and Krim are very cool characters. I like them a lot. Not necessarily more than Blight and Queenie, but
You wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after. You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the Maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction.
but Krim and her act sort of like best friends, which is really funny.
From out of nowhere, a sweet fragrance. There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet. Doing nothing, you take your leave.
Okay, so we're heading to a very interesting area in the
Don't
game.
hold back.
There's a lot of stuff in this area that we're going to be going into that we skipped through. A lot of it is dialogue.
Ahead of you on the path, you
because
spot
we
a woman
avoid it.
crouched on the ground. It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" Unfortunately, you have no salve. The woman rubs her pained leg and hangs her head, lamenting, "Oh, poor me."
Alright, so we used all of our healing items at the last area, which is fine. We don't need them right now for this area.
The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are rumors of talking trees. She suspects it's the work of specters. "That's just superstition," Lanka says condescendingly.
Alright, so we're going to equip. So, Gemstone. And then, Freestay Ring. Baron. Sorry, we need to go to skills. We could put on Flame Rush. And we'll save. Okay, so, as I said, we're gonna be, well, mostly avoiding dialogue with these trees.
A somnolent tree looks in your direction.
But I really do like the dialogue in this area specifically. But yeah, talking to all the trees is pretty funny. Thankfully for this area, we're kind of on level, so I guess that is not going to be really difficult at all. So this is another panacea. Take that. So, yeah, so we should be talking to the trees,
The ivory
but
attendant
we
complains
know
as
exactly
you
what
make
we're
your
doing.
way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Krim on the head. You hope to pacify Lanka, but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts. "I'm a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this." She explains that in Alabaster City, maiden and attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's maiden and attendant have a unique relationship.
Okay, so should be a...
Fight him off.
Should be a poison stay ring that we want to pick up in this area. Can you stop hurting me? All right, be a patch of grass here with a chest. Oh, I missed the poison stay ring. Okay. I was gonna say, like, I'm gonna go back and get that. I really do need that. Not necessarily for right now, but I need it for later in the game. Okay. Thankfully, jump mechanic is super nice. Quickly fix that. So we go this way. Should be a soothing stone over here.
You hear snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree snoozing away. You gently shake the tree, and it opens its eyes. Despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans out of the way. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to pass.
So that is one of the trees that we do have to talk
Fight 'em
to.
off.
And the whole point of this area is talking to the trees will give you sort of mixed messages of how to go about this area.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. "You think you're so clever," it says.
But some of the trees don't are like trying to thwart us and get us trapped in here. So there's trees that'll tell the truth and trees that will lie, essentially, is what it boils down to. And it very closely pays homage to, like, the one
At
riddle
last,
from,
you corner the deserter deep in the forest.
like, the men guarding the road and stuff like that. Well, there's, like, too many variations of
"You
stuff
won't
like
get
that.
away," Lanka shouts. Pressured by the maiden, the deserter takes a step back. "Leave me alone," the masked soldier pleads. But the ivory maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle.
Alright, so we have a refight. So the Ivory Attendant and Maiden are effectively really good as healers. And they deal light damage. Funny enough, a lot of the enemies in here are resistant to it. But we mostly use them for healing. That's pointless. We'll just heal instead. Alright, we got heal plus now, so that's really good.
The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps. The face beneath the mask looks just like Lanka's. "I just want to live," the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. Lack, in true boneheaded fashion, asks, "Do you have a twin or something?" Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for Lack's words. Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade. Okay, want me to take you to the exit so you don't get lost in all these trees? You make your way toward the forest exit.
Alright, so we get whisked away out of the forest.
By the time you make it out of the woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the Maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give it to you. However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany you to the spire. A maiden must always be benevolent, she says, her eyes shining with pride at her lofty position.
Alright, so it has been quite a while since we've been back to the Spirit Shrine, so now we're going to be heading back.
You escort Lanka and Krim to your vessel. I'm surprised it even floats, Lanka whispers. I never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood, you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth. As if sensing your murderous intent, Laddie looks at you and takes deep breaths, urging you to take your own.
Alright, so we're going to head back to Omega Village. We're going to go straight into the Spirit Spire.
What a desolate place, Lanka murmurs. You suppose it is, especially compared to Alabaster City. You all stand before the altar, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant included. So what do we do here? Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant. As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. There's a heart scar to the west, Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way.
Alright, so it has been quite a while since we've been back in the Heart's Domain. This whole chapter is really long in comparison to some of the previous ones. Mainly because we have this pit stop in... Well, we have to do this. And then we have to finish up with the island afterwards. Thankfully, as I said, like, this whole chapter is not too difficult. Because we went and did the harder one first. I didn't get the runaway? Okay, whatever. This will kill them all anyways. Oh, sorry. A few of them lived. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do this fight, but... Failed to run away because I'm just barely sitting on par with level.
You reach Burdenberg, a town rife with Laddie's woes. As soon as you enter the town, your nose is assailed by a strange odor. It appears a muddy marsh has inundated the place. You see a girl gleefully playing with the mud. Upon closer inspection, you recognize her as Fila, the Azure Maiden. When you introduce Fila to Lanka, The Ivory Maiden responds sardonically. "You seem to be having a lot of fun for a maiden," says the one who looks like she's itching to have a good time. Fila replies playfully. It appears she hit the nail on the head as Lanka's face reddens. "How dare you?" the Ivory Maiden shouts, though nothing more makes it out of her mouth. "Don't cause trouble." You hear a familiar voice. It sounds like the Azure attendant. Suddenly, Hyde appears, splashing around in the muddy marsh.
Alright, so now we'll continue on. Alright, so this area is interesting in a couple different ways. So we're gonna talk with the people here in the village. Oh, he failed the roll there. There we go.
"What should we do today?" the man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy. Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his friend. The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. "This is all possible thanks to the mud," he says cheerfully, happy to finally have a friend.
Stuff is not strange yet. We haven't even got to the strange stuff.
You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask. When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?"
Thirsty? I don't know about that. He missed Bruno from the first game.
"Don't overdo it," you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. He can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. "You've got a long way to go," the old man tells you as he drinks mud from his cask. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating. It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased, perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear.
Alright, so I go northeast here. Grab this chest. So we don't need to go down there yet. So we're gonna follow the area through here. We got some fights to do along the way.
And fight.
We're gonna be running from the random encounters though. We gotta go this way.
you see a little girl drowning in the marsh. Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles, as if her drowning had been an act, and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you? The girl then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears.
So then that opens up. There's a quality Omnisalve that we're gonna go pick up before going down the stairs, because that might be useful in the fights coming up. Don't necessarily need to get it, but... But it's a 20 heal to everybody, and that could be very useful in combat. We're almost through this area. Hopefully it's not too lengthy. Gotta go this way. So there's another chest here that we want to pick up. Nice big heal.
You see a familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town, you find yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. It appears that he is the source of the mud. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack, he tells her with a haughty laugh. You know that Laddie has done everything in her power to acquire her own talents on the journey. The shadow just laughs and sinks to the bottom of the marsh.
Yeah, that shadow is pretty savage, but it's what Laddie's thinking and feeling, so...
So this is the heart scar. Krim gulps as she stands before the horrendous light.
Okay, so we need to do some equipping. We want the Darkstay ring on Baron. And then we want to put the Finestay ring. Oh, we didn't pick that up. That's fine. We can put the Ring of Evasion on her instead. No, free stay is fine. We don't need to change that. How's our HP looking? We'll heal and then save. Alright, so we have a boss fight coming up. Obviously, with the music playing, it's pretty obvious.
Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges from the scar. You stand ready to fight the monster.
Okay, hopefully this fight goes okay. We'll see how things go. So, Mirage Bursting, well, not really effective for damage. It's a party-wide buff at the same time. And this boss does a lot of damage with that attack that he just did. So we're hoping that he doesn't spam it. Unfortunately, I have to override the buff because he used that attack too early. We'll play it safe and just keep ourselves healed. We'll use recovery in this case. And we'll try to whittle this boss down as best we can. I would have liked to keep the buff up longer, but I can actually make use of it. But if he's gonna use that attack, fight could be over rather quickly.
Magnificent.
Because it hits for like at least 20 damage.
Excellent.
Right.
Magnificent.
Thankfully, he's not spamming that attack, so that's good.
Magnificent.
Alright, boss is
work.
dead. That was a pretty good fight.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense sorrow. Laddie was entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the Maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from.
Alright, so anything that we missed along the way, we can actually get really easily now, since we can just jump to everything. As we make our way back up, we'll also be doing a shopping trip just before we leave this area. Because there is a pair of shops on the surface. Go down here. That'll bring us to this chest with the Stay ring in that we opted not to grab. Wasn't really needed for that fight because it doesn't blind you, but the stats off it are fairly decent. I don't think there's anything else here. Just that. There's some more stuff as we go back up. There is a chest somewhere. Did I miss it? No, I got it. Okay. So we have to go to the armor. We are buying, now that we have money, buying armor for Laddie to help keep her alive. Sell some stuff. Nope, you don't want to sell that. And then we're gonna go buy some items. We're buying some quality omnicells. I don't know how many revives we have. 1? Okay. 3. That's all we need for now. Alright, now we can leave. So those items are more or less a safety net until we can do our next big set of buys at the very end of the game. We're not quite there yet.
With the door opened,
Still quite a
by
bit to
the
do for this chapter.
self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind. Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim look weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the floor again, recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle.
Alright, so now we can return. I'm gonna do an HP check. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're gonna stop at Omega Village and get a full heal. Because there is a fight coming back up when we set foot on the island.
You
that we
lead the
don't wanna
party, but you
lose.
beckon everyone inside, inviting them to rest their weary bones.
So we'll take the free heal. Make a save now. Not gonna give that fight a chance to mess me up if happenstance doesn't play nicely.
As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks, though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious Maiden, the soldiers say, pointing countless blades at you. According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree. Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, national decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier, who appears to be the squadron's captain, claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a scary fight because it is kind of one-sided. Oops. I'm gonna contemplate here. Gonna Mirage Burst.
Two fight as one.
So yeah, these fellas in the white armor want to really kill us. We're just not going to give them the opportunity to do that, though. I'm one short of being able to kill them. That's fine. Get rid of the disciples first, so they can't heal. I would have liked to ended that fight right then and there, killing them all at once, but we were one gem short. This is the second game in this series for Voice of Cards.
After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka. According to Krim,
I haven't
maiden
played
was taken to the
Inscription.
foundation,
I've
a school
seen a
beneath
little
the
bit of it,
palace,
though.
to be educated. You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs. Oh, Lanka.
But this plays like nothing like Inscription, because Inscription is literally a card-based or deck game. Whereas this is straight up like an RPG. Like a JRPG, but it's presented in the style and aesthetics of cards. With a narrator, much like someone indirect, like someone's telling the story. So Island Dragon Roars had a 9-hour estimate, but after doing a lot of practice and stuff, I had already mentioned to Zell that it was going to finish a couple hours under estimate, which it did.
You poor pathetic lot, that it simply wouldn't be right to ask you for money, she says blithely.
So we scheduled in a run of SOP, Strangers of Paradise, just before we started the first game.
It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation.
The first game is a bit more optimized now. There's still a lot that could be desired with the routing because there's a lot of flexibility with it.
Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door.
But the second game is
Descend the
considerably
stairs
longer.
Dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. This place gives me the creeps, says Lack with a shudder. There are no ghosts here, so don't worry, Krim replies encouragingly. Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers, you warn them. Then continue quickly on your way.
And also, considering that this game is only like barely a few months old, like the route is still new for this game in particular. I have been working on trying to find some more optimizations along the way. But a lot of it just goes down to playing out the fights as best you can.
Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out. You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door. But something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling. The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere.
Yeah, not a problem. There's only a handful of runners for these games currently, so there is a lot of... I know Zell has a slightly different routing for the first game than myself, and I know that there's one other runner who has I would say a riskier routing, but they do a very good job with it, finishing at a pretty good pace or time. But yeah, generally in the any percent for the first game for IDR, you can, with good RNG with the happenstance and depending on how you do the routing with your party, which again has some flexibility. Just making sure I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, we should be good. You can definitely finish the game in, on average, 3 hours. You can finish it sub 3.
You find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside...
But, like, sub 3 wasn't possible without hyperspeed. But with hyperspeed now in the games...
Not like anyone comes through here anyway.
Speeding up the animations twice as fast.
Half-heartedly surveys the area.
Does considerably cut down about an hour or so
the face, you say
of animation time overall. And if good luck in, you know, happenstance correctly, like cooperating, you can actually, if you first try pretty much all the fights in the first game, you can get through
without the guard noticing.
sub 3 very easily.
Laddie's expression reads of relief.
That's mostly because some of the fights that you risk dying on,
You hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch."
can lose you quite a bit of
He
time.
then promptly leaves the area.
So definitely, generally not marathon safe, I would say, for both these games. So we're at a bit of a stealth section in the game right now,
Soldiers survey the
which
area.
is interesting, because it's just something that hasn't been done with these games yet. It's kind of treated more as a puzzle. But...
Lanka should go first. Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody. Then take the vanguard.
I'm just waiting to sneak in behind these enemies. Fortunately, I have to wait here because of the cycle.
Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guard speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere. And fight!
Oh, we're not fighting narrator, sorry. We're running. start grabbing this chest. Another healing item that we want. Because we're not backtracking, we want to make sure we grab some of the stuff along the way. It'll be very useful towards the end of the game.
A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets. While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket.
I do not want to mess with those ghosts. Those ghosts are a pain in the butt. We could have fought those ghosts back on that ghost ship way at the start in Chapter 1, but we didn't. And for very good reason, because that is actually a really hard fight. If we did that, or that,
As you
that
reach
fight
the
early.
bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation.
Alright, so we don't have to go get the chest at the bottom of this screen here, but if we do, we get some safety healing items, which, Marathon safety-wise is
The
worth it.
surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution.
And we have to go down that way anyways to get past this area, so... we're gonna just pick it up anyways without really any time loss. And then I got a couple heals that we can use outside of combat if we need them. So now we're just gonna navigate through all of these soldiers. Oh, did I mess this up? I did. I think. No, I didn't. I did it right. So now we gotta wait for that soldier to come back so we can follow up behind him once he gets down on top of us. We don't want to go into the red zones in front of them because that's their line of sight. So we'll stay hidden over here until this guy goes past us and follow up behind him. We can't use the jump or save here, which is unfortunate. It would make this area way too easy if we could, though.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers.
It's always in the direction that they're going to be moving next.
Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze. But Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs.
Why would I puppet? There's an answer for that, Puddle, and I mean, we're a couple hours or more away from the answer to that. But oh, there's so much things that I want to say, but there's no point trying to talk about it right now because it'll be worth.
Show them what you got.
It'll be more worth explaining and talking about it when it comes up. There's things. That's all I have to say. Okay, so if we want the few heals that are here for free, we're gonna unlock the first door
The
here.
door is shut tight. You see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone. Please endorse me as the next Maiden, she says, then offers you something.
Alright, so Blanca lookalike gives us a salve. And then we'll get another one from inside this room as well. The game directly doesn't tell you why, but you can draw your own
If I become a
conclusions
maiden,
once we get
I
to
forget
that
this
part
place.
when you realize
Look
what's going
last.
on.
then hands you something.
There's a lot of stuff that we don't know yet. So we grab that salve there. There's another door, but we don't need to open it. It's just some other conversations with the Lanka lookalikes that we're not bothering to talk to right now. Not directly it's relatable to the story, but it's, you know, not mandatory to talk to them.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
Yes, I was indeed the person who did the really long stream casually of this game for the first time for both of them. And I was already writing notes and routing things as I was going, which was pretty funny. Just taking a look at our stuff. Set up our skills. We have a bit of a boss fight here. I mean, we should be good. Don't necessarily need Blizzard, though. We should be using Heal Plus. I don't know why I already didn't have that on, unfortunately. But Sharpness would be better at that point. Is Krim still equipped with... Oh, she has the Free State Ring. Alright, anyways. Make a save. Yeah, I really enjoyed that playthrough a lot.
You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare. Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt.
So yeah, the sad truth about this fight, and what's just been revealed, is that all of the Lanka lookalikes are essentially clones.
Guess you can't settle this without fighting her.
So, knowing from earlier, way back in Chapter 1, when Philia self-sacrificed herself amongst the altar, Abelasser and the Ivory Order, well, the start of the Ivory Order, I will say, started taking measures to always have maidens. And they're doing it in the most terrible way possible. Alright, good roll. Get a +10 to our attack, so that's nice. Good hefty damage. So we're gonna charge, we're gonna run Healing Force for safety. Because Lanka can actually do quite a bit of damage to us with lightning. We're gonna Flame Rush with triple damage. Or double damage, sorry. We're gonna Thunderbolt. I know she resists it, but it still is gonna do a good amount of damage with the buff that we have on right now. Generating lots of gems, which is good. Okay, we're landing the seal is kind of bad. I was gonna Mirage again, but I guess not. And like I said before, this is... Other than the night fight that we went through before getting into the underground here, this is one of the harder fights in this chapter. Alright, that's a good buff. We're in a safe position. This fight is over, basically. She can't kill us. So, quick way to end the fight. We just gotta get her low HP. We don't have to actually kill Lanka.
You're Lanka. I know you are, Krim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden. Krim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying, as Krim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school. If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can.
Alright, so we can't use the bewildering bell, but we don't
Atop
have one.
the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page.
Alright, so examining that desk gives us the key information we need to escape.
On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
Alright, so almost done here. So now we just got to escape with the maidens. Bring them to safety. And as we all know from IDR, can't really trust the Ivory Order. They're all built on weird fixations with things.
You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully.
Alright, I'm gonna stop up in to get a full heal. We're gonna make a save.
There they are. You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight.
Alright, so much like the previous fight when we first got back on the island, at least there's one less enemy to deal with in this fight, but they are a little bit stronger than before. So we're gonna try to take them out as quickly as we can. I need to pick off the middle one first because it's gonna heal the other ones otherwise. We can Thunderbolt. Doesn't deal a lot of damage, but any amount of damage right now is fine. We're gonna Soul Reservoir to activate Recovery. Give ourselves a nice 20 heal as well. We should Air Thrust. Oh, he missed. That's not good. We'll be switching to a new weapon for Baron very soon, because this weapon has lasted us since the very start from Chapter 1, but it's quickly falling off in damage at this point of the game. We can't really fix that just yet.
Magnificent.
Alright, so our recovery is going to wear off very shortly after this turn, so we're going to reapply it and get a heal out of it. Just to make sure that we can finish out the rest of the fight as strong as we can. Yeah, we'll just kill the middle one. Could have been overkill, but that's fine. Okay, so they got buffed on their defense. So did we, though, so that's not too bad. We can jump over it with White Spear.
Fortune.
So the narrator in some of these fights is gonna talk like he was after every kill that we get, and that's because we're under leveled still. But we're doing pretty good with dealing with these fights.
Magnificent.
So we're not doing that bad right now. And like I said, this area is only a lot easier because we did the harder area first.
Magnificent.
So we win this fight.
Good work.
Just shy of leveling up.
There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but Take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie, as she hands over her Maiden's relic. After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
Alright, so I really don't like this part. Story-wise, anyways. Because it's very, very sad. Immediately. So this is a losing battle. There's no way you can win it. You can prolong your death, but...
It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women. The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
That is the end of the Tale of the Ivory Order. Or the Ivory Maiden. Yeah, that went from, yay, we saved them and we're gonna escape, and they became bestest friends, to immediately them dying.
You have finally gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lax celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home.
Alright, so this is gonna be the last large section of the run, which makes up about close to a fifth. Quick stop at a mega village to heal back at our house. But yeah, rest in peace, Lanka and Krim. Glad they got to become friends at the very, very end. Yeah, okay, we're good. So back to the Spirit Spire once again.
Your adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the Maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light. According to Lack, only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light. With the sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice. Beyond the door lies Laddie's unconscious mind, the voice says, though you have no idea what that means. The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak. The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens. The mysterious voice echoes in your head as your consciousness fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says. After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the Maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black.
I don't know if Lack is twirling in happiness.
Suddenly, the onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance. I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the stela.
Alright, so we can quickly jump over here and then head that direction.
And fight!
So even though we're under-leveled still, when you have Lack in your party, the encounters that you can get, other than the scripted ones, are going to be significantly easier. Well, he's happy that you have the relics, but he's not happy about the deaths of Krim and Lanka. At least that's how I read it. Lack is happy that we're helping Laddie. That's the one main thing that we set out to do.
You manage to catch up with the onyx stela. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap? When the stela transforms into Queenie and Blight. Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles to the ground with a yelp. A concerned Blight helps the Maiden sit up. It seems she can't shake her misfortune even in this world. But you know that the Onyx Maiden died in childbirth. You suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
Alright, so now we gotta do some equipping. Let's set up our skills. We want stab, air thrust, try attack, flame rush, and starlight veil. Laddie, we want charge, heal plus, thunderbolt, double heal, and blizzard. And then for equipment, we want to have Baron put on finally a better weapon, kind of. It's a nerf to damage, but it buffs up his other stats. And then we want to give Queenie the Gem Ring. And then Blight, we want to give him the Ring of Evasion. Wait, hold on. Lottie has that. So we need to give her Ring of Protection for now. We can save. The reason that seems like a disconnect is because earlier on, I went and did the Tale of the Onyx Maiden before I did the Tale of the Ivory Maiden. Onyx Maiden should be attempted generally in a casual sense after.
Desire you have with you. An elderly woman remarks.
So that is why it seems like a
You
disconnect.
strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called Desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
Like, for those that were there when we did the Tale of the Onyx Maiden, we were like 8 levels below what we needed to be when we first got there, and we left only 4 levels below what we...
Don't hold back.
4 levels below that area at that point. Which put us on par with the Tale of the Ivory Maiden by the time we finished it. Which is why it's risky to do that as early as I did. Excuse me? Why am I missing where forgot where these are. No. There is someone down there. I'm being dumb. I have to go down further. There he is.
You see a man holding a mirror, fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman, he rages.
Alright, so we got a series of fights. to deal with in this area. So these enemies are weak to wind. If I'm correct. No, sorry, weak to fire. That's not what we want to do.
Excellent.
Okay, Blake, calm down. It's a bit of an overkill.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk, he scowls.
So now we can head up this way, so... so the next force encounter, enemies will be weak to wind.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
So these fights for this area aren't particularly that bad. You can definitely handle them. At least with Queenie and Blade in our party. We hit 20.
The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. How greedy can one person be? She asks with a scoff. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere.
Alright, so those fights are needed for this door, obviously, that opened up.
And fight. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
Okay, so there's another fight coming up.
The shadowy desire suddenly leaps at you.
Pair of shadow herpes. Or berries.
Fight him off.
Whatever you want to call them. Charge. Again, weakness to wind to harpies. They're using that to our advantage. Again, these fights are not hard if you use weaknesses. But a lot of these enemies could potentially kill me if I'm not careful. Alright, power charge is really good skill.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
Alright, so will be a quality on the shelf in a chest tucked away in the top right corner that we want to pick up. I actually forget what level Queenie and Blight are this area, but they should be pretty close to us. Okay, so we pick that up, and then we have another fight here.
The shadow glares at your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
So this is where like shadow butterflies or fairies, as I'd like to call it. So we're gonna charge. Deal elemental darkness. Acts kind of like Zero Element from IDR, but it does deal dark damage.
Fortune.
Okay. Pretty smooth sailing for a little bit with some of these fights.
Just as your battle ends, you hear the faint sound of a lock coming undone. It seems a door somewhere has opened.
So now we gotta head back here. Put the harpy and there's a door here.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Again, the forced battles are going to earn us the most experience, so we're going to just run away from all the random ones that we can.
A desire blocks your path. You ready your weapon, prepared to fight.
Alright, so this is one of the more... This one's actually a little scary, because these ones can spam stuff that we don't like.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh. I mean, getting sealed is bad. So that one's gonna die. We're gonna try attack the other one here. Just because we need to jump over the armor a bit more. Oh, Baron died. That's not that bad. Baron dying is not a problem.
Fortune fa- Magnificent.
Alright. I don't know how to respond to that. Definitely far from Shadow of the Colossus. I do understand the joke, though, behind that.
As the shadow disappears, you hear a door unlocking in the east.
Alright, so behind here is actually an item we're gonna go get as well.
Fight him off.
Should be an item behind here if I recall. Alright, there's an elixir.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Hold on. Heal Baron and then we run.
Magnificent. You see a man accompanied by a shadow monster. Just as you're about to speak to him, though, the shadow swallows the man. You start to wonder if all the shadows here were humans engulfed in desire. While you are lost in thought, the desire rushes at you.
Alright, so gonna charge. We're gonna pump up. Hellfire.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh wow, that was a bad roll. At least we got a crit. This pair of demons hits pretty hard. Ideally, you want to stay above 30 if we can help it.
Excellent.
Oh wait, ducked the poison. Okay, if that's the game you want to play. One way to do that. We got force impact now.
After slaying the desire, you hear a noise from the south. It sounds like a new path has opened. And fight.
Okay, so head down the stairs. Oh, that's the wrong way. Whoops. I forgot there's a wall there, because when you come back through this area, that wall's not there. I don't need to heal. We can just run. Yeah, I like the narrator in this game. A tad bit more than the previous game.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
I don't know the exact name of these enemies off the top of my head, but I just call them like Shadow Children.
2 fight as 1.
That's what they look like to me. They definitely do hurt though, so don't underestimate them. I targeted the wrong one. That's fine. So the Shadow Children are a little annoying because they can heal, but I'd rather them be healing themselves than dealing damage to me. Should allow Blight here to get a kill. Just shy. I have no idea if this is the same narrator from other stuff.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Alright, so we've made it through all of these fights without saving, because like I said, they're not particularly hard at this point. We're just barely sitting below the level that we want to be before getting in here. That's why a lot of these fights are pretty easy to run from. So we're going to go down here and get another item. Down here is a Supreme Salve that we want, which is a big heal. So that'll come use. It's basically almost a full. It's pretty much a guaranteed full heal at our level right now, if we were to use it in combat, which is nice. So it's a very good item to have. Yeah, this is one of the longest dungeons in this game. There's also another item over here that we want to pick up, which is a large soothing stone. And we picked up a couple of those earlier on in the run too, and we'll be using those later at the very end of the game. Not quite there yet. We still have a fair bit left to do for this section alone, and then we have another part to do. It's pretty large after that. But there's a lot of fights from this part forward. Still have like 2 chapters still to go through after this one. Most of it, a lot of it is heavy story context in these last few chapters, as well as a lot of battles. They get increasingly more difficult. So hold on. Before we save, we have new skills. Do you wanna throw on power charge for this fight? For Laddie, we want force impact. I think that's it. Yeah, if he's a narrator for other stuff, doesn't jump at me.
Bars your path
I definitely feel like he's
as it
familiar
turns its yellow
in
eyes
some
on
way.
you. Your party readies their weapons.
Alright, so we're gonna charge here. Gonna build our gem stack. Element of darkness.
Teamwork
makes the dream work. So we're gonna Sword's Grace. I want the extra damage right now. I can try to kill these before they get out of hand. But they're very large shadow serpents. And yeah, they can heal off one of their attacks, which is not something we want to see them do. Yeah, that AoE attack is a little bit scary. And since both of them are buffed right now, this attack does even more damage, which is nice, because it's their combined attack total. So that's like one less enemy to deal with, which makes doing the rest of this fight without really worrying about the healing a bit easier.
Fortune favor.
Doesn't necessarily mean that this fight is super free or not, but handy.
Ouch.
Hold on. I need to kill him. There we go.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Alright, so this is the final part of this dungeon right now.
You can hear the desires ridiculing you. You ignore their scorn and continue forward.
Alright, what's our HP at? Not very good. Oh, that's probably, actually, we're not gonna use that. Quality Omnicell. Makes way more sense. Trying to think if we need to switch our skills here. No, we don't. We just need to save, though.
Within the throne room,
Yo,
the
King
Queen of
Mocut.
Woe awaits.
That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
The queen reveals herself to be none other than Laddie. She is the undisputed ruler of this domain. Indeed, this world.
Hope you're doing well. And also, thank you everybody for tuning in to really lots of Lore 3.
Her
and
voice
supporting
is
the cause
husky,
just by watching or
almost
donating.
as if it had been. Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been swallowed by the stormy seas and echoes within your heads. She tells you that in the land of woe, greed is both grand and glamorous. For stealing the desires of my people, I sentence you covetous intruders to death, she decrees. The impact sends you flying. By the time you look up, you realize that the entire area is covered by a heart scar. This looks bad, Blight remarks in a trembling voice as he gets to his feet.
Alright, I forgot the fight isn't immediate. I'm gonna move right here, then we're gonna save, and then the fight's gonna happen. Just so we don't have to go through all of that dialogue if we die.
A shadow, larger than any you've seen before, emerges from the heart scar, summoned by the Queen's screams. The shadow roars, its voice powerful enough to shake the castle itself before lunging at you.
Alright, this fight could be a little scary.
Come on, you got this.
Oh, buff right out of the gate? Okay.
Magnificent.
Okay. This enemy being able to freeze is bad. Very bad.
Magnificent.
Kinda forgot about that. Oh, we don't have the buff anymore. So we'll just apply a self buff. Give a Hellfire for a poison that'll help out quite a bit.
Two fight as one.
Alright, Laddie's gonna die. That's fine. I'll revive her. Not with the Supreme Elixir. And then we'll do a double heal. Stabilize again. We need to try attack.
Fortune fate.
This is where items start becoming more important in the run. Because these are the more difficult fights going forward. Alright, we're gonna power charge here. That was a good roll. So not only do we get the buff, we get 5 gems out of it as well. For the cost of 3, so we net 2. We don't need to heal anybody, so we can just charge again. Building up lots of damage here. Gonna apply another Hellfire. Alright, this fight's going pretty well considering we lost Laddie at the start. And we have excess gems here, so that's good. It means we can fully heal, basically, from that attack that he just did. But unless he does that attack twice in a row, we should be good at closing out this fight. Alright, so Baron doesn't get to go next, unfortunately. We skip it, we go straight to Laddie. Alright, good. Good fight. We didn't have to restart it, so that's good. They're in a lot of experience. Laddie gets a really cool passive.
Unable to maintain its shape, the gigantic shadow begins to sway. This is it, you shout, and raise your sword in sync with Laddie's magic. But the Queen appears and blocks your attack before it lands. This shadow is a manifestation of Laddie's greatest doubts. The Queen worries over what will happen to Laddie's heart if that shadow should disappear. The Queen decides to ask you a few questions to dispel the doubts at the heart of the domain's crisis.
Yeah, so despite the early incapacitation for Laddie, we did all right.
Wrong, the Queen says with a laugh.
We
How pitiful
stabilized
you
and
don't
recovered
even
pretty
know
quickly.
Laddie's likes and dislikes, she scoffs, before moving on to the next question. No, no, the Queen exclaims with a laugh. How cold-hearted you are not to know what she fears, she chides before moving on to the next question. You have no idea, do you? The Queen scoffs. The Queen's desire to eliminate you is readily apparent. You don't know if there was a correct answer among the ones she gave you.
Game just told us why.
But she has proven her point. Perhaps you don't know Laddie as well as you should by now.
It's all a
I cannot
ruse.
leave Laddie's heart in your hands, she roars. That raging voice transforms into a tidal wave that rushes towards you. Swallowed by the wave, the phantom onyx maiden and her attendant vanish. You're pulled under the tow only seconds later. When you come to, you find yourself in a familiar spire. It seems you were expelled from the heart's domain by the queen. You see Laddie snuggled up to Lack near the altar. You decide to go check on them.
Yeah, so we weren't able to actually finish the boss fight.
Lack lies there limply, like a stuffed animal without its filling.
So that was the end of the game, but we're not allowed to finish the game.
The self-proclaimed spirit risked its life to save you. If you had been swallowed by the wave, your consciousness may never have returned. You give Lack your heartfelt thanks for saving you. Lack trembles as it tries to speak. Laddie gazes upon the injured Lack with concern. It's coming, Lack proclaims in a faint voice. And then, everything falls quiet. An odd energy fills the spire. You place Lack upon the altar and head outside to find the source.
All right, so I'm really scared about this upcoming boss fight for very good reasons. It's giving me like flashbacks to IDR
The sea
already.
falls eerily still, almost as if afraid of something. You realize that the strange energy you felt earlier is not only in the spire, but blankets the entire aisle. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you turn to see Laddie as pale as a sheet. She points, and when you turn to see what she's staring at, you find your field of vision filled by a monster so big that it pierces the clouds. It's raging toward you, tearing through the sea as it does. You can't believe your eyes, but you know you can't stand still. We have to evacuate everyone, you say, then make for the village.
So remember way at the start of the game that the island was destined or doomed to... was doomed because it had no maiden? Well, that's what's gonna kill the island.
And fight. So the beast to end it all has finally reared its head, the old man remarks, calm despite the impending danger. Aside from the odd crying child, nothing seems amiss in the village. Nobody seems the slightest bit bothered by the monster. Omega Village, which has been without a maiden for years, seems overly accepting of its fate. You decide to speak with the mayor to learn how you might evacuate the people. You only hope he can be swayed.
Alright, so before we do that, we're going to go to our house to get a heal. And then we're gonna go visit the accessory shop.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
We do this specifically because we're looking for Water State Ring 2. We're gonna buy 2 of them and equip them to both Laddie and the embassy. Doing it without these rings makes it even harder to do this boss fight because this boss deals water damage and then a lot of it at that.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
And then I'm also gonna buy a few items for safety. Because this is not an easy fight to go through. So we're gonna pick up. I used one of those, so I'll buy another elixir. Replace the one that we used earlier. I'm gonna buy one more on the panacea, and then we're gonna buy a few more quality cells here.
It's been ages since you've seen the mayor, and yet he averts his eyes the moment you enter. Just like the other villagers, he seems to have accepted his fate. But why? You ask him why everyone is stubbornly just waiting for everything to come to an end. Because that is this village's fate, Greeth answers simply. You ask him if there is a way to evacuate the village, but he tells you there is no way off the island. You ask the mayor about the giant monster. He says it is called the Isle Eater. According to the Maiden's myth, the calamitous beast has appeared since times of old to devour islands. You have learned nothing for all your effort. Perhaps feeling the same, Laddie rushes to the village entrance. You ignore Greeth, who tries to stop you both, and chase after Laddie. It seems unlikely that the villagers will flee the island, which leaves you with no choice but to slay the monster yourselves.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a very difficult fight. So now we gotta set up some skills. Force impact we don't need. Actually gonna take Thunderstrike here. Not that we might not even use that. And then we're gonna save inside the village here, because we can't really do that once we get out. But yeah, so we have to deal with that thing.
You and Laddie board the Bon Vent and point the prow toward the Isle Eater. The calamitous beast towers before you. Its sheer size makes you realize that there was truth to the myth. To save the village, you have no choice but to fight it here and now. You know it's reckless, but still grip your sword tightly. A light flashes in the sky, and 2 figures appear. The Crimson Maiden Lavia and her attendant Gladio from Heroes Dominion. They claim to have seen the monster during a trade expedition and rushed over. you were joined unexpectedly by the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. With them, you may be able to save the island from disaster. You make for the monster's head and raise your sword up to the sky.
Alright, let's hope we can do this. Alright, so if you were here for IDR, very much pays homage to that.
Rid the world of this calamity.
Alright, so yeah, this is gonna be a rough fight. So, Starlighting Veil for the defense early. Gonna help us try to stay alive. I'm gonna try to focus down the tentacles here. Alright, so the water attack does a lot of damage, which is why we have the Water Stay Ring 2 on. And if we use Gladio to debuff the head, the boss will actually just heal like 80 health. So don't do that, whatever you do. So there's very specific mechanics that this boss will do. So you want to try to avoid that as much as possible. So we're ignoring the head for now, which seems like a bad idea, but the tentacles we want to take care of first. Just because they'll be easier to deal with. Alright, one down. Pretty good start so far. The head is gonna buff now after killing the tentacle. Got lucky with the Happenstance curing us there. Allow us to charge. So we can get another buff up. Okay, we're a little bit short of doing that. Okay, well, back up is roll power charge. Alright, we're getting good with the rolls for Bisecting Blade. We're gonna provoke here. Hopefully luring all the attacks to Gladio. Thank you, Happenstance. Being a bro. Well, this is working out pretty well in our favor. Sight is going a lot smoother than it normally does.
Fortune
So we're gonna rampage the boss. Oh, no, I don't want to hit that. Okay, we didn't get the debuff. I forgot. I don't want to do that. I almost forgot my rule. Don't debuff the boss. We don't want to do that. Air thrust. The boss is weak to lightning, but we want to use Lati to kind of keep the party alive. Still has a lot of HP, so we're not gonna quite go on the offense just yet. So we're trying to redirect as much of the damage to Gladio as possible since he has resistance to water. And hopefully prevent him from doing the AoE attack that hits the whole party and causes curse. Because if he causes curse, then we have to use an Anima Panacea to remove the curse so that we can heal. So you gotta understand a little bit more about what I'm trying to avoid. And Happenstance is being very, very kind to us right now. Okay, that was a really bad power charge. That was unfortunate. Getting good rolls for Bisecting Blade, though. Okay, so the boss did use the heal, but he's guaranteed to use that if we try to debuff him and it sticks. So if we stick the defense down, the boss is guaranteed to use that. So that's not nearly that bad. Yeah, it's an 80 heal too, so it's a bit rough. But this is why we want to mainly focus on dealing damage with the MC and Livia with Bisecting Blade. We missed. That's unfortunate. Okay, now the boss has armor. So we're gonna try attack over most of that armor. I don't have enough for a Bisecting Blade.
Magnificent.
It's fine though. Oh, I'm missing. It's not good. Trying to not have this slip away. Okay, that's not the worst thing he could have done. Okay, Happenstance is cured. Paralyzed on Gladio like 3 separate times already. Okay, missed that. Okay, we didn't get cursed, so that's good. Means we don't have to burn up Panacea right now. Alright, excellent power charge. And we missed again. Big double heal. Bring everybody back out of the death range.
No matter how fiercely you
Alright.
assail the beast, it doesn't stop it from advancing
We're
toward
on
the
to
island.
phase 2 now.
Your allies are fighting their hardest, and yet it's still not enough. A gigantic cannonball sails through the air, crushing the monster's tentacles with a muffled crunch. You see that a single ship has fired the cannonball, and upon it, Greeth is at the helm, instructing the Omega Islanders to fire shot after shot at the beast. For Laddie, the villagers shout in unison. You feel your heart warm at those words. You had thought the villagers hated Laddie and wanted her gone. So why would they help you? Regardless of the reason, you can't deny how heartened you feel. You and Laddie look at each other and nod. You grip your sword with renewed strength, determined to cut through the threat, binding the Isle to its dreaded fate.
Alright, phase 2. We're gonna try to keep things going the way we have been. Boss will act a little bit more random now. We can just charge here. So even with Laddie, like, even with lightning being its weakness, Laddie just doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. So it'd be a waste of a gem to try to have Laddie deal damage. I'm much better off saving it for Bisecting Blade at this point. But yeah, this fight went really well. Bisecting Blade has been doing a lot of work. We finally got Curse. But the fight's basically over now. We can end it with a Thunder Strike.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Insane amount of experience. Guaranteed level up, which is pretty nice.
Together, you manage to slay the calamitous beast and watch as it sinks back into the sea. Once you've celebrated,
Yeah, so I'm super happy that fight went as
you and
well
your
as it did.
allies turn your ships in their respective directions and sail off.
Normally I have to do at least one more attempt at that fight, but I'm super happy with how that fight turned out.
Greeth stands among the blooming flowers in the center of the village. Greeth hands his daughter a book. It's the same one that you found in his house. The diary of Laddie's mother. Laddie opens it with an uneasy expression. Her eyes fill with tears as they pass over the words.
I appreciate the GGs, but we're not out of the woodworks yet.
Within its pages are words of love. A deep and heartfelt love that the previous maiden held for her daughter. It also contains words of anguish at having to burden her own child with the island's fate. Grief tells you that he refused to let Laddie sacrifice herself in the same way. Your eyes widen in realization. So does that mean... They knew that if Laddie were freed from being a maiden, the island would be destroyed. But all the islanders wished to spare Laddie, even if it meant losing their homes and their lives. Grief tells you that a maiden's power comes from her heart. So everyone treated her cruelly in hopes of disheartening her. I'm so sorry you had to endure that, he says, deeply apologetic.
This is kind of fucked up, I'm not gonna lie.
It was all a lie. One that the village made Laddie believe for her own good. Laddie, now knowing the depth of love that her parents and fellow islanders had for her, jumps into her father's arms and cries. For the first time you hear it, the voice that Laddie buried deep within her heart. A soft breeze blows through the village, like a gentle blessing upon the two of them, and carries countless petals into the sky. Laddie's innocent cries echo through the village amidst the drifting flower petals, and the ominous clouds that heralded the end give way to a bright blue sky.
Yeah, we're only closing like one arc right now. Alright, and that's the end of that chapter, but we still have more to go. Horrible lie woven from love. At least, Laddie has now found her voice, so, I mean, at least there's something good about all of this. We're gonna go heal, make sure everybody's healed. Alright, we still have 2 chapters left. Just if we had an idea of where we are right now. So we saved like 2.5 hours on previous game.
You rush to the altar, worried
Got
about
about-
Black, only to find it lazing atop the altar and yawning.
Oh, I've been going 14, almost, like 14 hours almost.
When
We
the
got about
self-proclaimed spirit notices you, it
3
immediately
to 4 hours
changes
left.
its tune.
At
Oh,
most.
the pain, it groans. But it's too late.
So someone mentioned the alligator is dead. No, the alligator is
For
not
the
dead.
first time ever,
I'm
Laddie
sorry to
calls
burst your
out
bubble.
Black's name and hugs it tightly, rubbing her cheek against it. Lack's expression reads of surprise, pain, and happiness from within Laddie's arms. It appears all your allies are together once again. You decide that it's time to venture back to the Heart's domain and put an end to that giant shadow. But you mustn't be hasty. Approach the altar only when you're ready.
All right, so, yeah, things just keep getting tougher from here on in.
You turn to look at your allies and receive a stout nod from Laddie. Laddie waves her staff and chants, showing off an excellent imitation of the self-proclaimed spirit. But when she sees your slack-jawed stare, she fidgets. I wanted to try it once, she confesses. Lack, his sole chance to shine stolen, chants in a disheartened voice and leads you all to the Heart's domain. You find yourselves back in the Land of Woe's throne room. Now, it's time to put an end to that shadow. So you've made your decision, the Queen says to Laddie in a defeated voice. I have, Laddie answers resolutely, having finally weathered the storms of her past. It seems the Queen no longer has reason to resist. You decide it's time to finish off the dying shadow beside her. The shadow's true form is the unfulfilled desire in Laddie's heart. Her part to play now over, the Queen gazes upon Laddie with a serene expression. The relics in your and Laddie's hands radiate a dazzling light, and the final scar on Laddie's heart begins to heal. With the final scar healed, Laddie's Heart's domain has returned to normal at long last. Go on, get, Lack exclaims enthusiastically, and the both of you head off.
Alright, so time to leave Land of Woe. Alright, so there's some stuff that we gotta do here. We're gonna pick up some stuff. Thursday ring is nice. What else am I missing here? I gotta check my notes to make sure I don't miss any of this stuff. So we have to go to, so we have middle is where we want to go to next. That's not there. That's up here. We need to pick up the Omnipanacea in this area. And we gotta head up from here. And then there is a chest over here with a Ring of Protection 2 in it. Okay, so we're gonna do some shopping. So we're gonna be buying, I'm gonna opt to buy the Protector's Sword. Can do this with the Glaive. Protector's Sword is a little bit safer. And the other thing that I'm going to end up buying is... oh, that's it. We removed that out of the route. So I would have normally picked up armor here, but we don't need to do that. I can sell that weapon from the very start of the game that I don't need anymore, because I have stuff that's obviously better. We don't need Ring of Protection 1, so we'll sell that. We don't need the water stay rings anymore. I do have them equipped already, so I need to remove those. We're also going to clean up our items. This for money. That's good for now. I don't really need to buy too much stuff right yet. So we're gonna buy some more Omnicells. And then we're gonna buy more elixirs. And then we're gonna buy a few of these. We also have a much bigger item capacity compared to the first game. So before, your item capacity limited to 30, but we have it at 50 in this game. So next thing we need to do is we need to equip Baron with the Darkstay Ring. And then Laddie can equip with the Ring of Protection 2. We need to edit our skills first before we save. What do we want to do here? I think this is good. I don't think we need to change his stuff. There is some stuff that I sometimes change up, but I like that setup better. And then for Laddie, we put back on Force Impact. That's pretty much it. So now we can save. We'll be saving again later, but I want to make sure that I have the setup saved just in case. Yeah, this game is a really cool game.
Before your eyes stretches a pure and peaceful domain. The leaves rustle in the breeze, and the waves gently ebb and flow.
So everything seems like good. Everything seems happy. We did
heart.
the original task.
Perched atop a nearby
What could possibly go wrong?
Laddie beckons you over. Perhaps she wishes to give you a tour of her own heart.
And then you gotta remember that this is a Yoko Taro game. That's all I'm gonna say.
You can see white birds flying around the spire in the distance. Your eyes follow the birds until eventually landing upon Laddie's smile, and you reflect on your journey. The first time you came to this place, the entire world was cloaked in black, and Laddie couldn't utter a single word. You were drawn from your thoughts when you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She says that there's still much more to see. Beautiful trees line the restored forest, and butterflies float about as you stroll through, admiring the greenery. A butterfly lands on Laddie's fingertip. As you watch her quietly rejoice, you think back on your travels. When you visited the nearby town, your feelings toward Laddie were already... While you're deep in thought, Laddie taps your shoulder. "We should be getting back to Lac," she says with a smile. "Wow, you've come a long way. Would you like to go back now?" You hasten back to Lac's side in the land of woe.
Perfectly fine.
Beneath the light of the stained glass window, you and Laddie stand at the spirit's side. "Are you ready?" Lac asks, and Laddie nods. In the throne room, where her desires once lurked in the shadows, Laddie bears her heart to you.
I've been staying hydrated. Whenever those cutscenes play where it's doing like the recap, I have snuck away to go to the bathroom and get a drink. So, plenty of opportunity for me to
Laddie
stand
makes
up,
a bold
etc.
confession. It appears that over the course of your journey, she has developed feelings for you. But having been born a sacrificial maiden, she suppressed those feelings, fearing they would only be a burden to you. Laddie stares down at the ground as she awaits your answer, and you decide to respond to her confession in equal earnest. She gazes up at you with wide eyes, as if disbelieving her own ears. You can see tears threatening to overflow in her eyes.
Yeah, 13 hours is kind of chump hours for me. I've done a basically 3-day stream. And the 21-hour Drakengard 2 all endings run.
It's as radiant as the glow from the Maiden's relics. According to Lac, now that her heart's domain has been restored, she can become a true maiden. With that, she can now save Omega Isle. Your journey's purpose fulfilled, you and Laddie look at each other with an ephemeral smile. There's something odd about Lac's voice. And not just that. Cotton begins to spill out from its insides as it takes the form of a human.
So remember way back when we were fleeing from the Ivory Order, and someone mentioned something about the puppet sneezing?
When you attempt to speak to Lac.
Well, that's kind of your hint towards that.
You are struck by a tremor large enough to shake the world itself. The palace begins to crumble, and Laddie is swallowed by the fissure that opens in the throne room. Your fingers graze hers as you try to grab her, but Laddie is just beyond your reach, and she tumbles into the abyss.
I don't know how he didn't see the hand coming out of the puppet, but that's kind of cute and funny. But yeah, Yeah. First time that I played this game, I was like, what the hell? Definitely got blindsided by that. So that ends that chapter now. Now we have a really rough section to get through to close out the game over the next couple hours or so. So we're actually aimed to finish this sub 20. I apologize, but this is going a lot faster than expected.
The furious, roiling seas have swallowed all but a small strip of land, the last vestige of a drowning heart, desperate for rescue. The heart's domain is but a shadow of its former self, devastated by the awesome power of the tsunami that nearly swallowed it whole. Lacks transformation, the quake that threw you to your knees. Laddie, as the earth swallowed her. You shake your head to free yourself from the harrowing visions. Laddie. You have to find Laddie. The wind changes direction so abruptly, you can't help but feel it's telling you something, urging you to the northwest.
Oh, please don't do that, game. That's not what I was telling you to move. No, I said... Okay, game.
You stop before a gash in the earth, filled with rushing, muddied water. You see no way of crossing.
Yeah,
to the
Fuddle,
other side.
we're probably gonna finish sub 20 hours. Just gonna throw that out there. So, not only did we save 2 hours that we immediately used for SOP,
you catch sight of a figure on the
we're gonna
opposite
save...
side of the chasm. Is this their handiwork?
We're gonna save, like, at least another 2, maybe 3 hours here.
A lone woman approaches you as you alight from the bridge. She bears more than a passing resemblance to Laddie.
I saw my OBS blip for a second. Are we still live? I need a confirmation on this. Okay. Good, 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 good.
You ask her to state her name, but she says not a word. A smile tugs at the corners of her lips. At last, she speaks. Her voice is soft and calm.
But yeah, Fuddle, if you want to let somebody know that this run is gonna need filler after for possibly 3 or so hours, might be a good idea.
Informs you that she is the former Maiden of Omega Isle, which makes her Laddie's mother. She studies you for a time. A sense of relief plays across her face as she whispers, "Yes, I can trust you with her."
I'm actually surprised how well RNG has been nice to us throughout IDR and going through this game.
Enough that you believe she means for you to follow. Might she be leading you to Laddie?
Like, I knew I was gonna save time on both the games together by a few hours, but I mean, we already put SOP before this, knowing that fact. But we're still gonna be saving more time, which is more than I expected.
Laddie's mother speaks of her daughter as you walk down the road. Laddie has long felt isolated, she says, having succeeded her mother, only to be driven from the village. Traveling with you, however, taught her how to open up once more. You've saved my child, and I cannot thank you enough, she says with a warm smile. Laddie's mother stops and extends a finger northward. Laddie cries out for your help from the spire, she says gravely. You see a towering, crooked structure in the center of the heart's domain. You begin walking toward it, praying all the while that no harm has befallen Laddie.
Alright, so we're gonna just jump to the spire.
You see a very familiar face when you arrive at the spire gate.
The video is lagging, but the audio is okay. The feed in the restream probably just needs a quick refresh. So if that's the case, hopefully somebody can do that.
Oh, thank goodness you've made it, Greeth says with no small amount of relief. That relief, however, is short-lived, as you take notice of countless eyes peering at you from the shadows. Laddie's parents stand between you and the shadows, urging you to press on ahead while they buy you time. They square up to face the encroaching darkness. Shoulder to shoulder, they look like the many maidens and their attendants you've met along your journey. Chest tight with sorrow, you trust them to their task and fight your way into the spire. A twisted version of the Spirit Spire looms before you, emptied of the memories of your many visits. You hear a wail of anguish as you push the heavy door open. Was that Laddie? Yes, it must have been. It's all right, Laddie. I'm here, you say in a soft, soothing voice.
Very much not a spiritual sequel to Slay the Spire.
Laddie's gaze meets
That
yours.
is funny, though.
Her anguished, fearful expression gives way to relief. The two of you embrace, as if trying to forget the short yet all too long time you were forced to spend apart. Laddie's tears subside, and she regains her composure. You move to punish Lack for destroying the heart's domain, but Laddie takes firm hold of your sleeve. Even after all this, she seems to trust it, to believe there is more to its situation than meets the eye. Lack awaits atop the spire. Hoping to learn why it's doing this, the two of you journey upward.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that blip caused a slight desync on the stream being sent. Okay, so I'm just gonna... Okay, so what I'm gonna do here... Cover your eyes, pretend it's a blindfolded run.
The color and likeness of their respective maiden.
Okay, I saw that it reconnected automatically after you did that, so we should be okay, hopefully. That'll just reset the stream on his end, which is super nice that you can do that. Alright, so we're just sitting here listening to music. I saw that it reconnected after the stream was refreshed. Oh, we're back? Okay, good. Alright, so we should just be hearing music. Hopefully we've fixed the artifacting issue, at the very least.
You reflect on the friends you've made over the course of your journey. If only they were there by your side now.
Sorry about the small issue. It seems we had a little bit of a connection hiccup.
Light issues forth from the stela and the Maiden's relics. Laddie's memories of them live on in the heart's domain. Perhaps they can aid you in your hour of need, after all.
So, we're officially in the endgame now. So, that means... Well, that means endgame stuff. Thank you, Fuddle. Alright, so... Who did I use last time? Yeah, I can definitely use Queenie and Blight. I mean, they're not the safer option, but we can choose any of the party members that we had before.
And fight.
So, Queenie and Blight are more damage focused, much like Livia and Gladio. If we chose the Ivory, then we would have a lot more healing output. Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to go down. I'm dumb. I need to go down. I need this item here. So I thought the chest was up, but it's actually down. So this ring that we're about to pick up is the Ring of Evasion 2. Very good ring. And then we're gonna continue this direction.
Fight him off.
So there is another quality salve coming up in this area. So we have a lot of... So we have a bunch of refights coming up with previous bosses from the earlier sections of the game. As we are at the end game portion. Yeah, this is essentially the final dungeon, yep. Alright, so now we can have that. We can go back up this way. Gonna enter the second door. And there'll be another ring that we're going to pick up out of another chest. That'll be on the... just past this area here. Just gonna mosey on through there. Go around the corner here. So again, like, a lot of this game in Forsaken Maiden, unlike IDR, is running from encounters pretty much throughout. Other than the forced ones. Still very much underleveled for this area. Always underleveled in this run. The only reason why these fights are really easy to run away from is because of our party average level. We grab this. This is the Gemstone Ring 2. So this area has a lot of lore stuff as well that we kind of don't really talk to the other characters that we meet in here, like the little laddies and stuff. Most of these fights do give you a fair amount of experience as well. But not worth the time it takes to do the fights, generally. I think you get more money from these fights than experience at this point.
A large boulder, fallen from one cliff or another, lies before you. You place your hands on the boulder and set your feet behind you. Laddie joins you, and the two of you push with all your might. The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, but it proves too small to alter the current.
Alright, so we gotta push 2 boulders into the water. There's another one across the bridge here.
The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, altering the current.
Yeah, and this is without glitches too. There's not really anything we can do for glitching in this game. Just because of the way it's designed. So a lot of the earlier bosses that we saw are from the very beginning of the game are now basically normal enemies in this dungeon. Much like any typical JRPG. Bosses from the start of the game basically become normal enemies. Alright, so really, really powerful armor right there. So one of the nice pickups we can get while we push those boulders in there, which we don't necessarily have to do. But, we are basically at the end of the game, so at this point we kind of want the best possible stuff. We also don't have very good armor for what we're about to do. Okay, so we have to do some equipping. So we're still using starting armor. Finally. Something decent. What do we have to put on Queenie? Gemstone Ring 2? Ring of Evasion 2 on Light. Skill-wise, defense is good. That setup is fine. Laddie setup is fine. Okay, so we're good. Gotta make a save. Yeah, like, what level are they? They're 26, so we're still 4 levels under them.
Something leaps out at you from the Steela's shadow.
So we have 3 fights back to back that are essentially forced refights of previous bosses. So not only do we have to refight them, we have to fight like 2 of them, which is something in itself. Air thrust. Yep, better steal our resolve for this fight. And they are stronger than the last time we fought them. Just slightly. So again, try to make sure that we keep stable. We want to keep our guest party members alive and healthy. More so than our MC and other character Lottie there. Mainly because, again, like, if they level up, they'll get a full heal anyways. But the guest party members don't. Because they don't level. So one of the nice things is that them being a static level means that you don't really have to worry about them. Other than trying to keep them alive. Don't need to waste time gearing them and stuff like that. You can just equip them with a ring and off we go. I've died once on these set of fights. It was actually during practice the other day. Or I should say 2 days ago now. Still feels like yesterday for me. I'm gonna save after every one of these fights. Alright, so when I died in practice against this fight in particular, is because they kept spamming their one attack that deals AoE damage to the whole party. So that's one of the things I'm hoping to avoid. Yeah, this attack, Umbral Legion. Thankfully, we're okay with the armor boost from the happenstance. So far, so good. How many game overs? I don't know off the top of my head. Not as many as I was expecting, if I'm gonna be honest.
Magnificent.
I think IDR had, what, like, 3, and that wasn't even the last boss of the game that one of them was? Which is where I expected it. It was all in weird fights that normally I don't have it happen. And in this game, kind of the same thing. More or less. Yeah, we need to kill Baron here. So we're okay. We made it through this fight. I'm glad they didn't choose to spam Umbral Legion.
Great.
Because had they done that, they could have just ended me within, like, 2 attacks, essentially. HP wise, I'm gonna use one of those heals that we have, just for safe. Actually, I'm gonna use the cheaper heals. Save those. Hold on, we got Tempest, did we not? No, I'm not gonna swap the Tempest. I don't need it. Alright, so this is the third one in a row. So we're gonna charge here. Swords Grace. Everybody at attack buff. Going to Element of Darkness. That'll combine the attack buff from both Queenie and Blight.
Teamwork.
Doing quite a bit of damage there.
Fortune, fate.
Alright, so far so good. That he got frozen. That's not good. I'm surprised she didn't die. I was very much expecting a death from that attack alone with the freeze. Very happy that didn't happen though. Yeah, IDR had some pretty abysmal starts with a lot of those fights that we died. I think every time we died in IDR, it was literally because of the abysmal start with the RNG with the encounter, along with Happenstance. But Happenstance is a bit more forgiving, at least in Forsaken Maiden. So that's the bright side of this game, even though it's got more difficult fights. And Isle Eater went pretty much flawlessly, so I'm really not going to complain about a couple of the earlier ones in this game. Isle Eater kind of almost makes the Alicious Wind fight in IDR seem very similar. Like, the Isle Eater is a very tough fight, much like the Alicious Wind, but not nearly as bad.
Fortune, fate.
I'm gonna try to... I'm passing a turn on purpose. Because I want to set up for... Lottie to get the kill. Alright, so we have Guardian. That doesn't really matter, but we got the full heal off that. Okay. So we earned a lot of money and experience from that fight. Alright, so in this area, there's still random encounters, but...
Show them what you got.
There is shops here that we're gonna go take advantage of. I need to uncover them. They're sitting over here. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we already have the martial script, so we're fine with that. I think the only thing we could do is potentially buy a better weapon, but we don't really need to worry about that. We're selling equipment at this point. We don't need both water state rings. We're gonna get rid of them. I don't need those. That's about it. I can't really sell anything else in case we do need it. Depends on what we want to do. But now we can stock up on items. Alright, so we're gonna buy elixirs. Buy a couple of these. We're gonna buy a bunch of Supreme Cells. Alright, so we're at our item limit. So, do I have any junk items that I don't want then? Oops. I want to stock up as much as I can. Yeah, so I can sell these. I don't need them. Okay, so we got lots of healing. I think I need some more panaceas, potentially. Maybe. We'll see. I think, I'll buy 2 more. And we'll buy a couple more Omnisolves, I guess. Makes more sense. That's it. Wow. Can't spend all of our money, because just don't have the item capacity to do so. Yeah, this is our last chance to, like, buy anything that we might want going forward. For a very good reason.
A girl stands before the altar, gazing up at the ominous night sky through the collapsed ceiling. Her hand puppet, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, turns to face you. What could have driven it to wreak havoc on the heart's domain, after it made no small effort to help you set it right? You ask, trying to ascertain what its plan is. It wishes to tell you about the fate of this world, since you've been such good companions on this journey. Lack's incantation calls the darkness down from the sky. In an instant, the altar is completely enshrouded. You drift in the endless dark. But then, several beings of pure light appear. This must be the distant past. Islands dot the ocean as far as the eye can see. People offer maidens as sacrifices to the spirits, who then use their own life force to protect the islands. It is a cruel bargain, But mortals and spirits alike grew tired of this horrific exchange, and one by one, the islands began sinking into the sea. LAC says it wishes to end this centuries-long saga of sacrifice. And so it found a maiden with more heart than any who had come before. Within this maiden's powerful heart, LAC sought to build a refuge, a home to which the spirits might flee, safe from the horrors of the world. The scheme it describes is hard for a mortal mind to grasp. But one thing is clear: LAC's desire to help the spirits. You are no longer needed, LAC says. It gathers an immense amount of magic power to banish you from this world. You have to protect Laddie. That is all that matters. You dart in front of her to shield her from the imminent blast. The friends you've made on the journey leap to your side in your hour of need.
Yeah,
I see we are destined to fight, LAC says, before escaping through
There's
a
gonna be
rift
something.
that opens up before the altar.
I mean, I find this part to be interesting because it's not like LAC isn't trying to be bad. It's very much going about it in a very bad way.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey. Darkness. Darkness is all around you. And within that darkness, a giant shade, as big as any island, wriggles and writhes.
We're at the
My
final
name is LAC.
huge gauntlet of bosses. So,
And as the spirit sovereign,
story-wise, we're what, 15 hours? This could be over in the next 2 if things go well. And there is a little bit of post-story, so I suppose that we'll stop the timer then, when we see actual credits roll. Rather than stopping it after the boss gauntlet, like we normally would for the any % run. Anyways, yeah, I'm very scared of this set of fights.
you are bathed in a warm, comforting light. Magical power issues forth from Laddie's mother, healing your wounds.
Alright, so we have technically 4 final bosses right now to go through. And we can't save between any of them. So if we lose any of these fights, which are very difficult,
Be careful,
we
Laddie's
have to
parents.
restart all of this. So
As
this is
they
where
send
the
you
immediate
on
time
to the
loss comes into
final
play.
battle.
This makes the Wishiswin fight from IDR look so easy in comparison. So yeah, we're gonna do the hardest fight first, knowing that this is gonna be a problem.
An enormous octopus wriggles its way out of the shadows. The Azure Spirit, no doubt, just as the Maiden's myth described. And that woman, clad all in white, must be the Ivory Spirit. They wail in agony for the maidens who sacrificed their lives to protect the Isles. This is our fight, maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
Alright, so we don't actually play as our characters for this fight. Which is good, but also very bad at the same time. And this is a double boss fight. I'm very scared of this fight. Okay. Let's just get into it. We're gonna focus down the Ivory Spirit. She's resistant to light, weak to dark. So, keeping that in mind, we can't really use the Ivory Attendant Maiden to deal damage to her. And then the Azure Spirit, as you guess, is resistant to water, weak to thunder. We're gonna focus down the Ivory Spirit first.
Fortune favors
because
the
she does a lot of AoE damage. And we're gonna use Hide specifically to jump over the armor and use his ability to deal dark damage, which is a weakness for her, as well as apply deadly poison for extra damage, which makes this fight a little bit easier, but not completely safe. So we're just gonna try to keep up the poison on her, basically, is what we're gonna keep doing. Now, in hindsight, technically speaking, we can actually avoid doing these fights if we wanted to attempt it. But it's not worth it. I'm not gonna spoil why, but we need to do these fights, especially for new game. So we have to go through all the spirits first, and then we get to fight the final boss. So 4 back-to-back boss fights that we can't save through any of them. So that's the AoE attack I was talking about that hurts. Wow, she got paralyzed, didn't she? That's not good. That means we have to skip a turn here just to heal. So the Azure Spirit has an attack that can set her HP to 1, which is scary. So yeah, we're in for quite a bit of challenging boss fights, so this might be here for a while. Alright, well that went bad. Very quickly. I don't know if we'll be able to recover this, but we'll see. I have so many items, it takes forever to go through just to get to the item that I want. But I need all of these. Okay. Anka going down is not good. She's first in our turn order. We have a good amount of gems, which is nice. But it's not going to do any good if we can't keep everybody alive. So we're going to apply the 20 heal and the recovery again. So Lanka is mainly going to be healing, and Krim is mainly going to be using charge. But in an instance like this, it's nice that we have Krim who can also do some healing as well. So we're gonna scroll this way. I had a feeling that attack was coming. I contemplate, yeah, I'm gonna generate the 2 gems here. Philia is going to use a salve here. Instead of trying to attack, and then just reapply Fatal Sign. Please don't land the free. Oh. That freeze landing there kind of hurts. I'm hoping that we could just keep her alive, but if they target her, I think, yeah, they will just insta-kill her. There's no way around that. If they do hit her. Because they'll deal like 60 damage. Alright, bye, Grim. I'm sorry. Alright, I have no idea how many elixirs we've already used, but we've used like at least 3 now. On this fight alone, we still got 2 others to go through before the final boss. Oh, please stop killing Krim. I need her alive to be able to do the recovery heal.
Magnificent.
Alright, so Hyde's dead. Alright, so yeah, this fight's a wash. I have to let them kill me now. I can't recover. I'm gonna be on my heels for the whole fight at this point, and that's not worth the more of a time loss in this fight alone. That thunderstorm just does so much damage, which is exactly why we want to rush her down as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. But that is why we're doing this fight first. If we can get past this fight, then things are a little bit easier. The final boss fight isn't easy, but...
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey.
I really just need to get through that double fight where we don't have our actual characters.
And within that darkness, a giant shade. My name is... I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle. An enormous and that woman.
Alright, so let's retry that fight.
They wail in agony for them. This is our fight. The Maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
Alright, play nice, please.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Magnificent.
That's way too much damage. Nice, we got a crit.
Excellent.
Yeah. Gotta keep getting crits like that. Oh,
Yikes.
we lost Philly, yeah? That's not too bad, because she's third in the order. Still not a great thing. Alright, stabilize again. Oh, I went the wrong way in my items, but that's fine.
Magnificent.
Okay, this is going slightly better. Alright, so once we kill her, this fight kind of becomes free. Reapply our soul reservoir here. I can't believe she healed off that. I was hoping she wouldn't do a heal attack like that. That missed. No! I didn't realize that Krim was frozen. That's not good. Yeah, this is not going according to plan at all now. Oh no, I have 2 people frozen now. So now she just goes immediately. Oh boy. So I can't even attack this turn. We had her so close. Okay, good crit.
Magnificent.
Alright, Soul Reservoir before she does lightning attack again. Ophelia's dead. We're gonna pick her up with a elixir. I'm burning through healing rather quickly, which is not what I was hoping would happen for this fight, but... This is all still manageable. Oh, no, never mind. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Welcome to one of the hardest fights. Yeah, this is a rough fight. That's, not very good. That was unfortunate. Happenstance was just not being as useful as I was hoping.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey. Darkness, and within that darkness, a giant shade. As big
All
I
right,
shall see
third
the
attempt.
wishes of my brethren fulfilled.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why we're doing the harder fight
Be careful,
as soon as we can.
Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle.
I didn't mean to do that twice. Like, this isn't even the final boss.
That woman, clad all in white, they wail in agony for the maidens who sat. This is our fight. The maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
That does absolutely nothing for us. I'm gonna just not spend gems with Filio. Just to kind of save a few gems. At least for now. Hurts so bloody much.
Excellent.
She's getting real spam happy with the lightning. That's unfortunate. She does go third, so I can at least pick her up pretty quickly. Yes, please get more
Fortune
crits.
fa-
Yeah, so that lightning attack, I think, on average deals 30 to 40 damage. Potentially more. This is why I'm so scared of it, and this fight in
Fortune
particular.
fa- Fortune fa-
Okay, we lost Hyde, but he's last in turn order. We can pick him up and then recover, hopefully. I feel like a lightning is coming. Nope. It's not necessarily the attack I'd like to see, but better than what she could have been doing. Oh, I missed? What? Oh, it didn't freeze her. Okay, that's good. Thank you for no freeze. We're so close yet again. There's the lightning. Oh, wrong way. Please just die. Is this fight any? No, it's not any easier casually. I wish. That'd be fantastic if it was. It might be slightly easier because, your base stats will be slightly higher, but it doesn't really make it any easier. Okay, Philia didn't die, so that's good. Finally, she's dead. I'm actually gonna charge. I'm not too worried about the Azure Spirit here. Because now that she's out of the picture, the worst thing that he could do is set my HP to 1 and then follow it up. But as long as I keep up on my healing, shouldn't be able to down anybody now. And then we'll bypass his recovery by giving him Fatal Sign as well. And then we'll start pumping out Lightning. Or just damage in general. Lightning's a little expensive, so we're not going to bother with that one. Yeah, this fight is infinitely easier now. In comparison to what we just went through. Like, his attack doesn't do over 30 damage, unless we're already debuffed. It does apply a debuff, so the best thing we can do is just get ourselves healed up again, and then, as long as we have about 40 or more HP, shouldn't die. He also doesn't really spam that water attack all that much. Where is that single panacea? Thank you. All right. Now we just gotta finish him off, essentially. It's low enough now. This was a little bit more difficult because he had armor at the time. There we go. We're done. All right. Through the hardest one. Okay, so now that we're through that, we're gonna double check that we got ourselves set up. Okay, we should be good. Full HP? Okay. Alright. Time for the next one.
Shrouded in darkness and exuding pure malice, this dragon can be none other than the Onyx spirit from the Maiden's myth. Bitter cries ring out from the island, consumed by the wetlands. We too understand the pain of losing your home. With the Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side, you ready your weapons.
Alright, these next ones not nearly as bad. Because they're just one boss. But now we actually have our characters, so we're in a much better position. For these fights. I missed, are you kidding me? I think the scariest thing this boss can really do is the double damage attack. After he has his defense down, but other than that, not nearly as bad. Also, not nearly as high armor. So, not that bad at all, really. Yeah, this fight going way quicker.
Magnificent. Fortune fa-
That's fine. Boss is dead anyways. Still 2 levels under what our allies are. Alright, so that gives us full heal. So we're gonna swap out the Dark State Ring for the Fire State Ring. Ring of Protection for Gemstone. Does this Gemstone 2 ring actually have stats on it?
A skeletal knight shambles forth from the shadows. The crimson spirit from you hear the long, deep sigh of a warrior, fated to fight beyond their time on this mortal coil. You shall be cut down by our hand, the Crimson Maiden shouts. She and the Crimson Attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
Alrighty. Time for the Crimson. Alright, so this guy can be a bit scary because he does have an AoE fire attack that does a lot of damage. Resistant to fire, weak to water. Not that we'll be doing that. We're going to Starlight Veil to mitigate some of the damage that this boss can do. And we're going to try to keep that up as much as possible.
Teamwork, mate.
Has higher defense than the other bosses. Bisecting Blade allows us to still deal pretty okay damage. And then we can also Rampage to lower him. One of the few bosses where it's actually safe to put a Sass effect on him. Because he doesn't really heal. Just does a lot of damage.
Magnificent.
Alright, that missed, unfortunately. That attack is also a bit scary. Alright, Lavia going down is not the greatest thing to have happen, but it's not awful. Please don't win too fast. I mean, I've already lost, like, what, 30, almost 30 minutes just on these series of fights alone? There's another reason why this run isn't really marathon safe. Alright, provoke. Haunt the boss into trying to attack Gladio, much like we dealt with the Island Eater. And we're gonna keep Lavia alive because main source of damage really for this fight. If we can get Gladio to debuff the armor, then we can deal extra damage with everybody else. Heal. We're in the home stretch of this fight already. I'm just making sure that we're top done healing so we can focus everything at this boss now. That's unfortunate. Okay, dead. Thank you, happenstance. Alright, one final boss left to go. Okay, equipment. Yeah, we want evasion ring. Okay. Skill-wise, what do we have here? No, this is solid. Force impact is not as useful here. Guardian, potentially. No, we won't even use that. Okay, well, I guess we're taking a refresh. And that's it, really. Have to keep Starvale. Yeah, there's nothing we want to change on this setup here, I don't think. I think the only thing we might want to swap would be maybe Air Thrust for Flame Rush. But I don't think we need to do that. Alright, final boss.
Lack, you shout your friend's name at the spirit sovereign, though the creature no longer resembles the cuddly plushie you once knew. Its voice is so powerful that space and time seem to briefly buckle when it speaks. Nevertheless, you can hear the hurt in it. Your party
Yes, flower
tightens
eyes.
their grip on sword and staff alike.
And
The
many, many
time
eyes
has
at that.
come to free your friend of this curse once and for all.
Alright, for safety, we're taking the ivory for the healing. We're gonna need it. Even with all of our items. We're gonna do this slow but safer approach to this fight. Ideally, we want to take Onyx. Or we'll take, a Crimson Attendants. For the damage. Very unique boss fight music for this one particularly as well. Just like the Owicious Wind fight from IDR. So, Lack here, does a lot of annoying things. He debuffs the whole party, deals AoE damage, he can heal, he passively heals per turn. He self-buffs, he does an insane amount of damage. He's got all the stops, really. But yeah, generally you want to keep up a 30, 40 HP generally, as much as possible. Because he could just straight up one-shot us if he wants to. Also, super important thing is that I have to actively avoid debuffing him, because if I do debuff him, he's just going to heal, guaranteed. He will do a guaranteed heal if I try to debuff him. He also does things like that, which are super annoying. So this is why we have those Omnipanaceas. You just apply status effect to the whole party. And it's random, too. So the other fun thing about this boss, for Lack, is that he has all of the abilities of all the previous bosses that we just fought. Also, that attack hurts a lot. Alright, Laddie dodge, that's good.
Excellent.
A tri-attack over the armor, which is
Excellent.
nice. Just gonna keep my gem count up as high as possible.
Fortune favor.
Okay, you didn't get the random status effect, so that's a good thing. We can now reapply Soul Reservoir. You ain't saving any waifus in this game. Sorry. This is like a slow and methodical fight at this point. Yeah, air thrust. Try attack. Alright, we've cut through 200 HP so far out of his 500 max. Alright, he's gonna start buffing. We're in the next part of the fight. Keep charging. Oh boy. That sucks.
Magnificent.
That doesn't heal enough damage. I'm gonna double heal for safety. I don't trust that he's not gonna do an attack before Lanka gets to go. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Fortune favor.
Alright, so we're through about half his HP now. Finally. He may start trying to do a physical attack that will heal him if he does it. Oh, we lost Baron. That's not good.
Teamwork may...
Ooh. Alright, let's get rid of all that. We're getting there.
Magnificent.
Alright. 100 HP left to cut through. Oh my lord. What the fuck? Uh-oh. 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 I can't believe that that happened. That was such bad luck. I'm gonna lose Lanka. I have to do this. Sorry, Lanka. I need to make sure that I could have lived that attack. I'm running out of elixirs now. I do not want to lose this close. Please just stabilize. I'm not gonna revive yet. I'm gonna wait till he attacks.
Magnificent.
You need to arm the cell. Okay, hopefully stabilize. That went real south real fast, but... we should be okay. I hope. Good thing we have all these healing items. Come on, Lack, just die already.
Magnificent.
Yes! We're not done yet, though. Yeah, we're not done.
You emerge victorious from the bitter fight for the fate of the world. The spirits are vanquished, one and all. Lack spirals and flails through the air. Laddie catches its limp body. The benevolent spirit sovereign gave everything to do right by its fellow spirits. Utterly spent, it lets out a plaintive moan in Laddie's arms. You return from your battle with the spirits to an altar room covered in heart scars. Speechless, your eyes dart from one area to the next, trying to get your bearings. Lack, its voice weak and quivering, explains what has become of the heart's domain. Because of the battle, heart scars now cover this world in its entirety. There is no telling what effect this will have on Laddie in the real world. There is only one way to heal them, Lack manages to say, before its small body convulses in a coughing fit. The same way you've healed all the other heart scars, you imagine. The Maiden's relic, you say.
No.
Lack nods and mutters grudging praise.
That is my answer. So, just got through the most ridiculous series of boss fights.
The memories of the Maidens suffuses the relic. This is the power that will heal the heart scars. No doubt, the relic has also absorbed plenty of Laddie's memories of your hitherto adventures. Memories of the friendship she forged through hardship and delight as you sailed around the islands. Memories of her deep-rooted affection for her family, no matter how inelegantly they might have tried to protect her. Memories of her love for you, built over all the times, big and small, that you were there for each other throughout your journey. Friendship, family, love. 2 of these 3 must be sacrificed in order to heal the heart scars. Laddie must make an awful choice with the memories she has been entrusted. You can see the determination in Laddie's eyes. Though your chest feels about to burst, you respect her wishes. Laddie smiles faintly.
I'm so thankful there's not a DDR boss at the end of
I always
this.
admired your kindness. Lack begins to float in the air. Approach the altar when you have
Game
made
just had me fight 4 boss fights in a row without saving. No, thank you.
Laddie has made peace with her decision. Guide her to the altar. Have you made your choice? Lack asks. Laddie nods. She wishes to heal her heart scars. That she must heal them for the sake of the Maiden's ritual, and thus Omega Isle.
But everybody has been trying to stop
She's
this.
prepared to allow the spirits to take refuge within her, that they may be kept from harm. Lack falters for a moment, as though it did not expect this answer, let alone one so firm. For agreeing to let the spirits take refuge in her heart renders Laddie but a relic. Eternal, yes, but neither dead nor alive as she watches time pass before her. If this is her will, it is, she insists. From the moment she was born a maiden, she thought she would never know love. And yet it has found her, and that is enough. She turns to her companions with a solemn look on her face.
Alright, now we get to be Sag.
Friend 2 of the 3 must be sacrificed in order to heal her heart scars.
Alright. Bye-bye, friends.
Laddie turns to her loyal companions. Some are silent, others shed tears. There is a serene smile or two, and Laddie offers her own awkward grin. Until next time, Laddie says. Her choice of parting words must mean she doesn't believe this goodbye is forever.
Alright, this next one's kind of a hard choice, but fuck you, family.
Her father was always too strict, and her mother was always ready with a smile. But they both stand before Laddie, now with tears in their eyes. Tears, not of sorrow over parting, but of joy in aiding their daughter. Fed by the power of Laddie's memories, the relic glows ever brighter. She steps up to the altar and raises her relic in the air.
Personally, I probably would have saved family. But
A
those are the
divine light
two easiest ones
erupts
to
from
erase.
the top of the tower, at the center of the heart's domain. It touches every corner of the domain. A lighthouse in the darkest of seas, guiding wayward souls to shore. The Maiden's Ritual. Laddie dreamt of it ever since she was a young girl, and now it is done. She is a maiden. Omega Isle and the spirits shall know peace. Laddie closes her eyes. Holding fast to the memories of her love. On the island saved by her hand, she shall slumber forevermore.
Oh, time is coming up really soon. Alright, the credits are gonna roll. We're gonna listen to it. But the time is not coming up, not yet. We're gonna end it at the very end. Not over. There's some post-credit stuff. Because this is really, really lots of lore. But normally, in the 90% run, we would have ended it at the lack fight. Or, yeah. Because that's the last important thing. But anyways, this song is amazing. I am incredibly happy with how well this run went. Yeah, we finished very underestimate, which is good. Yeah, that last series of boss fights for the Gauntlet, if I had died at any point in any of those encounters, I would have had to redo that entire section. Which is why I opted to do the harder fight with my not with my characters. Because that double boss fight is really, really rough. All right, so we have some post-credit lore stuff to wrap up. Yeah, this game, funny enough, does take place lore-wise before IDR, but it makes more
Time
sense to
continues
play
its
the other
inexorable
one
march.
first, so that you can draw the ties a little bit better.
A gentle breeze guides waves softly to the shores of Alpha Isle, as it came to be known after it escaped certain doom. A young boy stalks carefully through the grass. He clutches a large tree branch in his hand, his eyes fixed on a monstrous shade.
Yes, the whole section with Queenie and Blight gives away the fact that it's a prequel.
He has chased it here after finding it near the village and taking it upon himself to end it before it can do any
If you
harm.
played IDR and when they mention the child's name, that immediately gives it away, which is why I suggest that IDR be played before this game, because it's way easier to draw a lot of the ties and appreciate the mechanics and all the stuff that they did improvements for this one.
He sneaks up to the shade and lets fly with a mighty swing of his branch. But the shade deftly dodges and flees.
I'm still trying to finish FF8 Hundo in a single sitting, so that is a back burner project for myself.
The monster seems to be
That's
heading
about,
toward
what,
the
12
nearby
hours?
Spire.
And yeah, this particular run is a combination of both Isle Dragon Roars and Forsaken Maiden. The estimate being as grossly large as it was is mainly due to the RNG and it not being marathon safe.
All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the island. It's really old, but nothing bad has happened to the island in a long time. So, it must be working?
But yeah, so like I said, there is
The boy
post-credit
pushes
lore.
the large door open and enters. He could have sworn the monster ran in here. He'll just have to keep looking.
So this is taking place like many years after what we just went through. Let me briefly take control of this young little boy.
Sunlight pokes through the gaps in the crumbling stone walls. The monster is nowhere to be found. The boy scans the room again, more carefully this time, his eyes landing on an altar.
And time is coming up, actually.
Upon the altar slumbers the maiden that brought peace to Alpha Isle. At least, that's what everyone says. Beside her lies a single sword. Covered in rust as it is, it must have stayed by the maiden's side since the moment she closed her eyes.
I have the timer open on my screen, so I can actually hit it myself.
Maybe it belonged to the guy from the legend. Supposedly, he risked his life to protect.
So don't worry about it, P.
The boy's eyes drift from the sword to the maiden's face. He stares for a moment, captivated. He wonders if she's dreaming. If she is, it must be a good dream.
Look at Laddie. This song playing makes me want to cry so
As
much.
a small smile flickers across her lips. There you have it. The journey of a maiden who feared herself worthless across the seas and through her own heart.
And that's the actual end. Yeah, so wonderful song to go out on in this game. Incredible run. I'm super happy that it came this far under estimate. I was expecting a bit closer to just under 20 hour. I knew I was going to save at least 2 from IDR. Wasn't expecting to save this much time on Forsaken Maiden, considering it's still very new. But the nice thing that helped us, like I said, was going to do the Onyx Maiden before we did Ivory, and that bumped our levels up. Even though we were like 8 levels under when attempting that. So, I mean, overall, Island Eater went really well. Unfortunately, I wish we didn't have to take 3 attempts for the final series of boss fights, but it happens. Thank you again to Zell, Frosty, everybody on the restreaming team, for, you know, helping out, putting things together, setting up the schedule. Appreciate everybody that has been watching and also supporting the marathon, either by watching in general or by donating, especially to the incentives. We do have an open incentive right now. I believe Zell said it was to save the waifus, so definitely get your donations in for that if you want to have a say in that. Otherwise, I've been Mash. I hope you guys enjoyed Voice of Cards for the last 16 hours. And, yeah, we have some more exciting stuff planned out for the next several days until the 17th. We still have to go through, Near Replicant is on the schedule still. I really like that game. I started with Gestalt when it started speedrunning, so that game hits home. But there's still lots of other cool runs along the way as well. But anyways, thank you everybody.